and be on your screens. I hope that you've had a good week so far, and I'm just here to remind you that I'm on your screens every Thursday and Friday because I get a lot of questions. Why aren't you on TV? Why aren't we seeing you? I have said it and I'll say it again, that I'm here Thursday, Fridays for now. Okay, so yeah, but of course, during the week you have my lovely colleagues here with you. You're officially welcome. I am Serwaa Amihere. This morning, a number of things to talk about. Look, I'm wearing black because I'm very sad. I'm heartbroken. I am hurt. I'm upset. I'm angry that 6 people had to die in their quest to find jobs. 6 people had to die. 5, we are told, are in critical condition. There's some who are in a fairly critical condition, and there's some who are being monitored. In all, we're told that about 26 or 28 casualties were recorded. But 6 people? And have you listened to the voices of the parents of these people who have died? It is so heartbreaking. And you ask yourself, did this have to happen? Every year, look, that Elwak road is a road that I used to work almost every morning. And every year, we witness this. So many people. Every year. This year, very sadly, lives have been lost. I hope that we don't come back to this conversation again next year. Because every year we talk about this. We talk about how so many people queue up for this recruitment process, and yet nothing has ever been done about it. And this year, see what has happened. Lives have actually been lost. 6, not 1, not 2, not 3, 6. And there are other people in the ICU who are fighting for their lives. This is unacceptable in 2025. It is totally unacceptable. Yeah, so we'll talk about that, and we will talk about expectations ahead of the budget presentation today by the Finance Minister, Kesa Forcing. And we will talk about the launch of Nkokon Kitting as well, which was launched by the President yesterday. And then, still on jobs, the Minister for Employment will be joining me on the show because I have some questions to ask him. Unemployment, we are told by national security, has become a national security issue, actually, because youth unemployment has skyrocketed. Unemployment generally is also very high. What are the plans of government to fix this problem? Because what we saw yesterday at the Elwak that led to the death of people is simply as a result of unemployment. In the Ashanti region, there was a similar situation where, fortunately, there was no death, but one person is also in critical condition in the hospital. Why should this happen in this day and age when everything can be computerized? Why? And then you hear people defend it that there are some there are some things that they need to look out for, and they can only do that when they see you physically. Okay, then make sure that you have arranged it properly, because what we keep seeing year after year with this recruitment process does not look like a nation that is doing something about it. And forms are sold way in excess of the people that you know you are going to take. You're selling 80,000 forms, 70,000 forms, 90,000 forms. At the end of the day, you know you are going to pick about 12,000 people. So why sell so many forms? Why? And you sell forms and you don't expect the people to come. And you have members of parliament, ministers of state saying that, oh, we told them to come tomorrow. Why are you here? They are stubborn. Some of you just need to keep your mouth shut when things happen. Because, this member of parliament, I like so much. I know how Muslims view death. But the timing is so off. It is so wrong. Nobody has asked you when it is Allah's time for them to die. But you think this is the right time that people who have sent, and all 6 of the people who died are girls. All 6 of them are women. 20-year-olds, 21, 18, 19. They are ladies, they are women, young girls. And you think this is the time to explain religion to us, that it is Allah's time for them to go. Please keep quiet, respectfully. And let people find a way to mourn the loss of their loved ones. Anyway, we'll be talking about that on Inside Out when Ibrahim joins me. But it's just, so painful. Very painful. I have no idea how I'm going to take it if a relative of mine showed up at that place yesterday and did not come back home. I don't know how I would have taken it. And so, our condolences to the families of those who lost their lives. And we're praying also for those who are in the hospital, that God shows them mercy and takes them out of that place very safely. And so, these are some of the things we'll be talking about this morning. You're officially welcome. We'll bring you the usual, our quote of the day, our word of the day. We'll bring you our video of the day. It's Thursday. We have very interesting conversations coming up. You don't want to miss any part of it. Let's get interactive. The show will be streaming live on X Spaces, on X, formerly Twitter. We'll be live on YouTube. We'll be live on Facebook as well. So welcome. Let's begin the show with some motivation with our quote of the day. Today's motivation or quote of the day is by Helen Keller. And she says, never bend your head, always hold it high. Look the world straight in the eye. Never bend your head, always hold it high. And look the world straight in the eye. And always be ready to take the world on. And now let's bring you our word of the day, kind Ketsi Nurain.
Today's word is Z-E-S-T. Again, Z-E-S-T, zest. It can function both as a noun and a verb. In this example, it is functioning as a noun. Zest simply means great energy and enthusiasm. Let's exemplify it. Hey, it's a brand new week. Get out, go earn your keep with some zest. Zest.
And now let's bring you our video of the day.
I'm going to badge my little brother.
Boy there with Manoji, very beautiful song. I really expected the song to win a Grammy, you know. It's that good. Anyway, before I bring you caught today, bring you inside out, I have a very quick conversation to have on the show, which will interest you, interest me. So please tell a friend to tune in. This morning, we are joined on the show by A.D. Kaniel. He's the CEO of Africa Works. Who joins us on the show this morning, will tell us about Africa Works, what exactly they do, their mission in Ghana, how long he's been here. We'll get into all of that. Good morning. You're welcome to the show. How are you doing?
Thank you. Very good. Good. Thank you.
How long have you been in Ghana?
So, in fact, I've lived here before. I was doing my studies in Gimpa University.
Oh, I see. What did you study?
Management and business, and especially, the Ghanaian culture and tree as well.
Why Ghana? Why did you choose Ghana?
I'm convinced that that Africa has a lot to bring to the world economy and chessboard in the future, but especially Ghana in terms of natural resources, cocoa, and the brains. The Ghanaians are just amazing.
Right. How? Where are you originally from, if I may
Originally from France,
Right.
but we traveled a lot, and I was living with them in Cameroon.
Okay. So what is Africa Works? Tell us about Africa Works.
So Africa Works is a bit following my dream. So after Gimpa, I was convinced of the potential of Africa through work, because I grew myself from Ghana by working. And therefore, Africa Works, the mission of Africa Works is growing the potential of the companies and putting the companies together by renting office space and creating a community. So usually young entrepreneurs, young business, they don't have their own maintenance, they don't have their own internet, coffee, receptionist, HR. So we decided to group all that and have buildings with small offices where everyone can share the internet, everyone can share the coffee or common services like accounting or HR.
So on a normal day, what do you do?
Oof, there is no normal day. It's always, so we have 11 subsidiaries across Africa. A normal day for me is waking up, clearing everything that is email, and then getting to the emergencies of the day of meeting people, signing contracts, and giving opportunities.
Yes, when I say what do you do, I actually meant the company.
Okay, so we're in a new segment. So we're taking a building, we're splitting it up in very small offices and in hotel rooms as well. So the idea is for anyone doing business coming in Africa to do business, they will have to come through Africa Works one day or another.
So the company is Africa Works. Can we
Yes.
please change it? It's Africa Works, not AfriWorks. Thank you. Yes, sorry, please go ahead.
Yes. So we're in a mix between hotels and offices. Anyone who wants to do business in Africa will have to come through Africa Works at a moment or another. So, for example, in our offices, we have Uber, TikTok, Spotify, Italian trade agency. So we have big names. So we help business in Africa.
I see. There are some who say that doing business in Africa is extremely difficult and tiring. Do you subscribe to that school of thought?
Not at all. Not at all. In fact, you need to know the ways. You need to know the culture. You need to respect the ways where you do business. And if you do, it's even more straightforward than anywhere else. Just by the relations you have and the good words you put out, you can do way greater things way faster than anywhere else.
Is that so?
Yes, for sure.
What then is creating that impression?
The velocity, if you go in European markets, Western markets, everything is so competitive and so based on compliance and papers and checks, and therefore you lose the human touch, the flexibility, and the decision making. Whereas here, as everyone is focused towards the future and to go fast, we bypass all the useless loss of time, checks, paperwork. So here the business thrives on the word of the people who do the business.
I see. I understand that you're leaving town, and hopefully you're able to bring in or convince more people that Ghana is open and very good for business.
For sure.
How long have you been running this business here?
So, fun fact, my first business ever, my career started in Ghana because when I was in Gimpa University, I had no money, miniska, and therefore I had to sell Ghanaian jollof to the other students.
Really?
Yes, to make.
And where were you getting the jollof from?
So the students didn't want to walk out of the university, so I would do 20 minutes to walk out, buy the jollof to the ladies that were outside, coming back and sell it to 5 cedi more than the price I bought. And
how long ago was this?
This was 6 years ago.
Okay.
6 years ago. And so when I struggled, it's my Ghanaian friends that bought the jollof, other friends that bought my bus tickets, helped me on my rent. And this is what changed for me. They're helping me. They don't owe me anything, and they're helping me. And now I'm back with 2 buildings in Accra, and I want to give back. I want to give back because it's here that it started, and it's Ghana that gave me the opportunity, and especially Ghanaians. So Africa Works, I came back and invested in Africa Works with Greg, the owner, because I just felt it. It's the values of it. So when I've heard as well of opportunities for entrepreneurs, I jumped in to help the program in order to help young entrepreneurs that were like me in Ghana that need this opportunity, need this chance.
That's really nice to know. Congratulations and well done.
Thank you.
So when are you coming back, and what are the plans for the future?
So we're planning on expanding in Ghana, opening our new product that is a hotel as well. So I think I'll be back beginning of next year after a little Christmas break.
That's nice to know. Thank you so much for coming on the show. Before I let you go, you have any final words you want to share with people who are watching?
Believe in yourself, believe in Ghana, and the biggest strength of Ghana is Ghanaians. So I have no doubt that the 5 to 10 next years are going to be glorious.
Right. Thank you so much, A.D. Kaniel. He's a CEO of Africa Works. You used to sell jollof. That's nice. Look, Oboni Krapo was selling jollof.
Exactly.
And you weren't ashamed about it.
Not at all. Why would I be? Not at all. And it enabled me to learn the tree, the basic tree, because as you say, being Oboni in Ghana, buying jollof, you need to learn the basic to negotiate.
That's really nice to know. Thank you, and I wish you the very best. See you
Thank you very much.
next year. And all the best with all your projects. Stay with me. Inside Out is coming up next. Right, you're welcome back. It's time for court today. I said inside out, but let's quickly do court today, clear it out of the way, then we can get into inside out. Murtala Inusa is here. You know, I'm always tempted to call you Murtala Mohammed. I don't know if you've noticed that. So every time I say Murtala, I take a break, and then I'm okay.
Thank you.
And Murtala, thank you. Look, you guys, the last time I went to court, my files were so heavy.
Welcome to the job.
I nearly cried. I said, "Oh Lord, have mercy, Murtala." So then I saw Murtala entering the court complex, and I said, "Murtala, please come and help me carry."
You know that experience that you have with carrying of files.
Yeah.
We always see the lawyers and they're carrying the files like this. And one of you start doing exercise by force.
I'm telling you, you know, my arms have been hurting since. But Murtala, thank you so much for that day. And you know, he entered the courtroom with me and helped me all through till he had to go. Thank you, Murtala. What have you got for us?
How does it feel like entering the court, being in court for the first time? Is it the first time without your senior accompanying? This one you came alone.
Yes, but you know that there are some things I cannot do as a pupil.
Exactly.
So they were around. You know, eventually they came around. Yes. So, but for that particular thing that I needed to do, I really didn't get them. Yes. So.
Come with the experience. So as you grew,
yes. I'm actually enjoying it.
So for those who have been asking, Monday you were at the court. I saw you in Kumasi earlier.
Yes, I was in Kumasi over the weekend. I got the opportunity to host the GJ Awards.
Yes, you were asking us if we want to know what Otumfuo and President John Mahama were telling you. We want to hear.
So you know what it's fine, but it's very interesting, you know, because we're talking about the law.
Oh.
Yes, we're talking about the law. That there was nothing more. So. The president was telling Otumfuo that I'm a lawyer now. Oh. Did he know?
Great.
You know,
great.
It was conversations around
the law.
Yeah, that was all. But I was so happy to know. Any specific
aspect of the law that you were
No,
talking
that's
about?
all I can say. But I was just happy to know that, you know, the president knew that I was a lawyer, and he was very happy for me.
You're a legend, Serwaa.
Thank you, Murtala. But that's just by the way. Okay, so. What have you got very quickly?
Yes, so a very packed lineup, but let me take you to the Criminal Court 2 National Service scandal, the ghost name scandal. Yesterday, I did tell you about the fact that the former executive director, Osei Sibe Enchi, having been granted 800 million Ghana cedi bail, says that, look, I've tried all I can. I'm unable to meet the bail conditions, so I've come to court for bail variation. Yesterday, his lawyers, Alex Osei Owusu, moved that particular application before Justice Marie Lewis Simmons. Prosecution opposed to the variation and makes the point that the accused person must be given bail condition. Remember that in the early stages, the main issue about the bail, they did not oppose to that. The court granted bail on the discretion of the sum of money in question. Yesterday, having had that argument and all the parties having made references to what they want the court to do, the court said, look, if the amount in question we are talking about is 623 million Ghana cedis, then the bail sum will be reviewed from 800 million Ghana cedis to 623 million Ghana cedis. So that is the variation that Osei Sibe Enchi, as we speak, had. All other conditions by way of 6 sureties, all of them to be justified, landed properties and all of that, all those conditions as given by Justice Kizita Nako Akwashi still remain. So yesterday, Osei Sibe Enchi had the request for bail variation granted by the court. National Signals Bureau. Kobne Edubuahin, the wife Angela J. Boatin, yesterday indeed they were in court. His lawyers, or their lawyers led by Samuel Atachia, have started grilling the second prosecution witness, Madame Ruby Edith Adumwa, who is the Director of Finance at NIB. Yesterday, the testimony hovers around. You notice that we told you about the fact that there's a certain invoice that is said to have been used to purchase the cyber defense system, and there's also another digital defense system that have been procured, and that one invoice used to procure 2 software that did not go well. So the scrutiny is around that. And there was an issue about when he was invited by Yoko, whether the interrogations were recorded and all of that. Yesterday, the lawyers made a request to the court that Yoko be compelled to provide that particular recording. The court has asked that by close of today, that particular recording should be made available to the accused person as he prosecutes his defense by way of cross-examination in this. So this case has also been adjourned yesterday when further cross-examination were conducted and all of that. Then from there, SkyTrain, Professor Christopher Amihere, and then Solomon Asamoah in relation to the $2 million the case in which we are being told that they have misappropriated the money which was said to have been used for a SkyTrain. Yesterday, the first prosecution witness was subjected to further cross-examination by lawyers of the first accused person. And that case, as we speak, has been adjourned to the 19th before Justice Audrey Kokuvite. On the 19th, once the lawyers for the first accused person had done, the second accused person, Professor Christopher Amihere, will also take over and then grill or scrutinize the witness. So that case has also been adjourned to the 19th of November. Then, Chairman to me, I know some time ago he had the opportunity to speak to him, engage him in a...
I saw him in court yesterday.
Yes, he was in court yesterday. Yeah. So this is how he appeared in court yesterday together with his lawyers and all of that. And ever since that issue of bench warrant came, anytime the case is earmarked, he does come to court very, very early. So yesterday when I got to court around 8:50, he had already taken his seat in the courtroom. And what happened in respect of this case is that case management conference was expected. The prosecution indicated to the court that they have filed further disclosures in relation to the matter before the court. Lawyers of Chairman Wontumi, led by Andy Apiakubi, indicated that yes, they were only served that morning, but they would need time. But what is clear in relation to this matter is that the state will be relying on 4 witnesses to prosecute this case. Lawyer Andy Apiakubi has been speaking. Let's hear him.
Fresh witness statements today. 2 more witnesses. It means that we need to study the witness statements before we come back to the court. So the matter has been adjourned to 27th of November for us to come and have the CMC. So the business of the day of the CMC didn't happen today. It's been adjourned to 27th. So we are grateful for your continued support.
There was some conversation about the total number of witnesses the state was going to rely on.
Yes.
Was it settled? Is it 5 or 4?
Yes, it is 4. The Attorney General had suggested 5, but from the records, we only have 4 witness statements. So we brought that to the attention of the court, and therefore, on the reconciliation, we have now come to the position that we are going to be dealing with 4 witnesses. That is all for the day. We'll come back on the 27th.
Thank you.
So, lawyer Andy Apiakubi giving us a summary of what has happened there and in relation to this very matter. So, Serwaa, at the High Court, these were some of the cases that took place. Now, let me take you to the Supreme Court. When you go to the High Court and you disagree, you have issues, you can go to the Court of Appeal on the ultimate. And Serwaa, look at this video on your screens. Deputy Attorney General and Oliver Barker-Vormawor. Yesterday, this case was once upon a time. Dr. Jesrem is the lawyer for Oliver Barker-Vormawor, and then they have issues, sometimes issues against the state. They will go to court, argue their cases out, and all of that. Yesterday, it was a different story. Dr. Jesrem in for the state, and Oliver Barker-Vormawor took on his lawyer in the case about the U.S. deportee, where they are saying that government has signed an MOU with the U.S. government to have some deportees come in. They do not understand. They want a copy of that particular MOU, and they want the court to injunct. Yesterday, when the matter came up before the court, a 5-member panel presided over by Justice Gabriel Kwaman, the court said the matter before the court currently is something that they are not even certain what the issues to be resolved are. The first thing that the applicant ought to do was to have requested for a copy of this particular MOU. That has not been done. So the court would then take on the application of discoveries. In respect of that, the parties have 1 week to file their processes at the same time within 7 days, within a week. Then on the 26th of November, they will come in court for a ruling on that before the court will take the injunction. But Oliver, moments after the sitting, has been speaking.
And we can't force the court's hand, unfortunately, but we are concerned about, persistent human rights violations that are happening in connection with this. We did try to press the court about the urgency of this matter. As you are aware, this is a matter we filed in October. We are going almost towards December. And the government is continuing to implement the agreement with rapid force. We are seeing people coming, we are seeing people being deported, and we're seeing people being treated in ways in which does not hold up to the standards of the Republic that we expect of them. Our hope is that, when the court eventually considers this, that these individuals will consider themselves made whole, that no other person, be it a West African or any other person, will be subjected to this kind of what the Republic is doing. But more importantly, there are certain things which are law and there are certain things which are questions of morality as well. The foreign minister has described what we are doing, or Ghana, as a mecca of Pan-Africanism. I don't think that we're holding up ourselves in any good regard in this. My hope is that they clean up the act. My hope is that, even out of respect for what is going on, that they reconsider this agreement. I think that Justice and I have always understood that we're going to be here as he's joined the service of the Republic. That most of the cases that we bring are against the Republic, cases that he was in service of when he was with us. And so it's a pleasure to be able to do so cordially, believing that we are all interested in the best interest of the country. But it's a pleasure to meet the Deputy Attorney General in court.
How does that define the law that we practice on our part of it?
I mean that the Deputy Attorney General, it's an individual of fine intellect, and our associations for a long time have been built around that. I don't foresee that any of us are taking this case any lightly. So I think that it only improves our jurisprudence, it improves some of the issues that are currently before the courts, and hopefully we can all be the better for
it. Oliver Barker-Vormawor on his relationship with Dr. GHOne. Once upon a time, his lawyer, now they are the opposing end of each other. That defines the law that we practice. Serwaa, Nana Appiah Mensah, number one. Yesterday, the Supreme Court was expected to make a ruling on his processes before the court, asking for a stay of proceedings at the High Court. The Supreme Court has since adjourned this particular matter to the 10th of December for a ruling. So these are the cases that took place yesterday as and when during the court proceeding. But coming up today, big one, the Office of the Special Prosecutor is expected to prefer charges, but the charges have already been preferred, and Mustafa Hamid, the former NPA boss, and some others are expected in court to respond to fresh charges from the OSP, and their plea is expected or are expected to be taken in relation to some issues relation to extortion and all of that. So this is the case that we have to keep an eye on. So Serwaa, God today, this all we'll have to for you by way of...
Well, and then Mustafa Hamid in turn has brought an application for defamation, right?
Absolutely. So that one is also pending. So he's saying that the OSP has asked to come out with things that defame him. So he's suing the OSP. He's also asking for his passport. As part of previously, this charge sheet had been amended.
Right.
So he'll be responding to the fresh one. But with respect to the old one, the conditions require the passport and other processes to be brought to the court. Absolutely.
By the court.
And
okay.
that he wants to travel. So today, as part of the processes in court, he will also move that application for the passport to be released. As to whether that will happen, we'll follow through and I will update you.
Thank you very much. Murtala Inusa is our court correspondent. Stay with me. I'll be bringing you Inside Out very shortly.
ene arehosem bi etoye atorenchen bi etoye anope emre bi etwemu se kobasi ye fa soldier anase ye fa police ana bibia we hu se ni aye no kokom wonte hwe obehwa na yeyi nipa se omonko for training enti abra ye bontoa ansa ne ebeto 2024 abato no me shebo se ba akoba se ye fa soldier na police ye de betudwa na region bia yama ye mabuna kwenya na omonso omwetimi abepre se ne be ya ombenya se adwuma ni bia ye ampanso ye bie adia ye friend portal enti mabunu bi ekosa fidie no so eko register enti enne na nke wo se ye hyase na ye hwe omonwoma ni omonho se ni omonho de sitie ene san ni omani na enti anope region bia ye kire omo bebia e wo se omuhia na akra akoye kropon no ye se nipa dodo a epie ye se omohwe se adwuma no na omo dosun ye na aho prepare ne ade a hyase abra ye bie gate no se nipa enremu no ma nipa ni bebre de ahoden epia se omokom omanim etime ewremu na arehosem ne se ebi ehwe ase emye tietia omoso na menemo kasei se na yenya ntiye nipa ensia ya mabunu ahwere omonkwa na dumienu bi nso eda hospital a echese ayeden nso ye bompa ese omho beto omo na nyame enya areho ama omo enti make us say soldier mpanyimfo ama ya so ate se yemma ensia omo nyina eyemma bawa oma hwere omo nkwa se kumasi hanso bibi kakra sa siye echese nipa baako se we prade den dia oda ayarsabia ono so ya bompa ese obenya ahode na nyame ehunu mobo enti enkradia no meka che asoja force omunja ansa na yenhwem na ye nhihye foforo senebe ya ni esi no ensi sabium enti makasa no mesre na obia pagya ne mu sima ba kope na yede akai yenuama a echese ene omaye nyamede.
Actually, I'm very disappointed in the GAF because you see, there's one thing I want to say and advice. I know all problems have been meted out, but then one advice I'll give to all Ghanaians is we need to have a transformative mind to transform Ghana because they be a casse in a Ghana man time, Even the time they gave us, even the military people weren't on time. And you understand? And then all these things when you came, people were just falling down, stepping on people and others, and the organization was very poor. And one advice I want to give to the army people is if they know once they are saying it has been suspended, what I would say is then they should just pick a straight 7 days or 1 week. Then maybe 2 days for the army, 2 days for the air force, then 2 days for the navy. Then with that one we know that we are all secured. And then another problem is they know our work is not that big to contain. See the whole greater Accra municipality, it's a metropolitan. See we. You know, our work is not that big. So at least if at army for air work, now air force for air Accra, now navy for Tema. You understand? So I think these are some challenges the military needs to check out. Yeah, okay.
Orders passed on. Even up to now, they said that it has been postponed to until further notice. So we have to go home and come when they are called for us.
Where are you from?
I'm from Odododio constituency. We came here since yesterday around 1 o'clock afternoon. Up to now, we are still here. Nothing is happening. And we even lost some of our members.
I'm just sad because someone has prayed for the child
in a very peaceful way, like you are coming for a screening and a body selection, and you don't meet your mom the same way you left house, the same way you left home. I'm just sad. There was this girl yesterday. We came here around 10, and there were many people were here when we came that time. So we were all cracking jokes and laughing. So this morning when we came, they were like, we should go in by climbing the wall. So the boys will push you to climb the wall because the gate was very crowded. Okay. So me, I used the wall. Using the wall, I used this particular place. So getting there, I saw girls and boys lying down. Some of them obi sadane, obi moja and had. I was asking why. Before I could notice what was going on. Me was say crowd na some baby then people started falling. Nante sold and things and.
Right, so on Inside Out this morning, I told you and mentioned earlier that we're talking about the deaths of the 6 ladies, young women, who went to the Elwak Sports Stadium in their quest to find jobs. They died. And it's not just that. Other casualties were recorded. So there are people who are in the ICU fighting for their lives. There are people who are being monitored. I listened to the voices of some of the parents of the ladies who have passed on, and it was totally heartbreaking. And I keep asking, in 2025, must we still be going about things this way? Ibrahim Al-Hassan joins me in the studio. IB.
So, it's heartbreaking, and you could not have put it any better. Young people saying goodbye to their parents or whoever they live with, saying that I have been invited to come for physical screening. Because when I heard you talk about many people saying that let's just deploy technology. No, there are things that technology cannot do. Technology was for the recruitment, people applying online and then being screened online. There was a need for that physical screening, and that ought to happen, regardless of wherever you find yourself. Even in the most advanced countries, when you are being enlisted or recruited into the military, they undertake physical examination. So that is non-negotiable. However, Serwaa, somebody knew the number of people that were supposed to converge at Elwak. A number of people within the military knew, because indeed they have sent out the invitations. You get a prompt that you've been shortlisted, so come. So the numbers were known to them. Now, the assumption is that Elwak is huge enough to accommodate all of them. Yes, that's true, but that would be the inner perimeter. How do you assess the inner perimeter? You go through a gate, right? Those gates are narrow. So for you to invite this number of people, for all of them to come and converge at the entrance of the stadium, your intelligence will tell you that something can go wrong. But Serwaa, it's just that deaths have been recorded now. This is a story we've been telling from time immemorial. My own former colleague, Serwaa Mankwa, wanted to enter the military, went to Elwak, stood under the scorching sun. Many people passed out. We've done stories about people passing out during these recruitment exercises. But it's just that because nobody dies, or we don't get to hear of people dying, we normalized it. At the point, we could have been forgiven to think that it's part of the recruitment process, right? That will subject you to that much torture. If you're able to withstand it, then it means you have crossed the first hurdle. At the point, we were made to believe, and we will have been forgiven if we believe that it was part of the process. But you see, you knew the numbers, and this could have been avoided. And that's why I sit here, I hear people talk, and nobody wants to take responsibility for this. Nobody is even calling for the heads of the people who were directly responsible for this. It's because we don't value life. We don't. Unfortunately, in this part of the world, we don't place much premium on life. Otherwise, 6 people are dead. Up until now, we've not been told that, yes, investigations are ongoing, but A, B, C were responsible for the invitation. They were responsible for the grounds management. They failed. So these are the sanctions that have been meted out against them. But then again, it's a system we live in. We will talk about it or cry over a period. And I also watch the parents as one of the most heartbreaking videos you will ever see, where all you knew was that your daughter was going for some exercise and you expect her back home. And unfortunately, all the victims are women. You expect her back home only for you to receive a call or the military people walk into your house and informing you that your daughter is dead. We are not angry enough as a people, to be honest with you. We are not. Yes, it's good we've halted the exercise. It's good, and we pray for speedy recovery to those who are still in the intensive care unit. The unfortunate thing I learned about this whole development is that some of the victims, were not even there for enlistment. They were not there for recruitment. They had nothing to do with the exercise. But if you know where Elwak is located, you know that the gate being swarmed the way it was swarmed, giving the numbers, other ordinary people will be victims. What happened? There was a stampede, and these victims were trampled upon. They were walked on. People were running, and they were running on them. Imagine their final moment. So, yes, there have been calls for reforms relative to our recruitment. Yes, I agree. All that it took, or it had to take, will have been that, you know what, you want to be recruited into the Ghana Armed Forces, right? But you specifically want to go to the Navy. Navy people, come today. Those who want to go to the Air Force, come the following day. That would have been the best way of managing this. I was happy when I heard of the regional recruitment exercise. I said, oh, that's good. But we will even ask for that to be further decentralized. If you cannot do every district, then zone the regions. If you have, say, 4 recruitment centers in a region, that will help cater for the numbers. So, yes, the things we've been doing since the 70s, since the 60s, times have changed now. Let's equally change according to the times. These deaths are needless. And I agree with you when you were so infuriated by the comment from the Pusiga MP, Madam Ladi. See, they say there's time for everything. Mm-hmm. There's time for mourning, and there's time for lecturing, and there's time for preaching. On the floor of Parliament, if she had read the faces of her own colleagues, she would have stopped herself in her tracks. But she didn't. Very unfortunate. See, I'm grieving. When you are even offering me condolences, don't tell me that God will take care of me. When you tell me that, sometimes you are even infuriating me. Because people will go further and ask questions. Okay, so where was God when I lost my daughter? That's why you know what you say. You know what you say at what particular point in time. So, very unfortunate comment. I hope she realizes it and then comes and apologizes. To be honest with you, right? Again, yesterday there were many conversations on the floor of Parliament regarding this. You can tell that everybody agrees that it's time for us to institute some reforms relative to our recruitment processes. We always say, when the tragic helicopter crash happened, we said never again, right? We will repeat that. Let's ensure that this never happens again. But for the first time, let's hold people responsible for these needless deaths. It's the least we can do for these individuals who are not there. And I tell you this, I kid you not, when I say that, I don't believe that any of the people who massed up there went there to serve Mother Ghana out of their heart. It's to look for jobs. And if there's anything that should draw our attention to the fact that the joblessness in this country is so apparent that we will subject ourselves to this. If they have alternatives, do you think they will have subjected themselves to this? No. Let's have that equally addressed. So, Serwaa, it's unfortunate. But then again, in this part of the world, the expectation is that we will lament over a period and then move on to something else. On this platform, we will constantly be reminding the system that these individuals who have lost their lives and their families, if for nothing at all, deserve a system being instituted to ensure that this never happens again.
You know, very sad. And you know, another person who spoke that I wasn't so happy about was the Greater Accra Regional Minister. And to be very honest, it's not the first time that she's loose talking. Yeah. You know,
oh yes,
that minister, you know, seems to have an issue with communication. You know,
I agree.
And she is proving it time and time again, because you say or seek to insinuate that they are stubborn, that they were asked not to come, but they came. Why did you come? You know, it's some of these things. It's so annoying.
The military statement equally sought to blame the victims.
Yes, and
there was an unexpected surge.
Yeah. What did you see? I said that every year I use that stretch when I'm coming to work.
Exactly.
At least in the last 6 years, 5 to 6 years. And I see the numbers. You cannot say you did not expect it. You cannot say you did not expect the numbers.
Exactly.
And what measures were put in place? You listen to one of the potential recruits say that even the military were not on time. But the thing is, these people go there at dawn. They don't go in the morning because people go there to queue.
Exactly.
At dawn, they have queued.
Exactly.
What measures did we put in place? Because I listened to the ranking member on the
Defense and
Interior Committee, which is Reverend
John
Intim-Fojo, say that the military men that were supposed to be in charge of crowd control were not enough, were not adequate for what happened there yesterday. Yes, there were military men, but there are people who were trained especially for crowd control.
Exactly.
They were not enough. If what he said is anything to go by, we played a role. And see, people have died. People are not just in the hospital. People have died. Not one, not two, 6 of them. Sometimes, I know that the military in itself isn't trained to show emotions. But even when I listened to, you know, the military speak, it's like, yes, 6 people have died. We disregard any other reportage that is coming out. Only 6, and you know, I cringed so much because I'm like, this isn't the time to be speaking like this. Look at the demeanor of the president when he spoke.
Exactly.
It showed empathy. But you are coming to tell us, you this MP, you are coming to tell us that it is Allah's time for them to die. And once it is Allah's time for them to go, they will go. For those of you who didn't listen to the member of parliament, let's listen.
But I want us to all take solace in the Almighty Allah. There is nothing that happens that doesn't happen at the right time. This is what the Almighty Allah has ordained for them. Today is their day. No matter how, no matter what, no matter who was there, as what, even if we brought all the presidents of the world to sit there as ministers or whatsoever, once today is ordained for them to die, they will. And this is what has happened. Unless you don't believe in the oneness of God, unless you don't believe in the oneness of the Almighty Allah, it is not anybody who wanted them to die. There's no single officer there who wanted even one single soul to pass.
Right, so that was the we apologize for that, but here credit to Joy News for that video. Even though we were there, you know, we were there. Our correspondent is here. We were there. But it is what it is. IB, thank you so much. Stay with me. After the break, the guests will join me. Today, I am Serwaa Amihere. It's time for the breakfast review, but before I get into that, let me quickly do these messages. Changing your baby's diaper regularly, especially after they poop or every 2 to 3 hours for newborns, helps prevent rashes and infections. So please always wipe front to back, especially for girls. Clean gently with water or mild baby wipes and allow the area to air dry before putting on a fresh diaper. Wear your baby in Flora Kids baby diapers. They keep your little one dry and comfortable for longer. Flora Kids diapers are highly absorbent, gentle on delicate skin, and can keep your baby dry for up to 12 hours. You can call 0243-033-033 to become a distributor. So, we have pure Ghanaian gold that have been crafted into eternal elegance. From the heart of our soil to the soul of your style, the gold board jewelry weaves heritage artistry with modern luxury. Every piece whispers stories of tradition, beauty, and unmatched excellence. This gold is pure, locally sourced Ghanaian gold. Its artistry honors heritage and embraces contemporary luxury, and they have timeless pieces designed to elevate every moment. Gold board jewelry has showrooms across, in the 2 regions. So in Accra, they have a showroom in the Diamond House, Kimbu Road, Accra. In Osu, you find them on the Oxford Street. In East Legon, Otele Avenue, Marina Mall, on the Spintex Road, Tema Community 11, Ampoma Arcade in Kumasi, and the Prempeh International Airport in Kumasi as well. Have you guys heard the latest from MTN? Well, if not, listen. For those of you who love MTN Free After One, prepare for the upgraded experience that is MTN Free After One Extra. Now, let me tell you what the extra is all about. With MTN Free After One Extra, you can talk for 1 whole hour uninterrupted while paying for only the first minute of every 10 minutes you talk. Which means that for every 10 minutes you talk within the hour, you only pay for the first minute and you get to talk for 60 more minutes straight with no interruptions. If you like what you hear, well, that's not enough. You also get 50 megabytes of data for free after your first call daily. So you see, it's now time to talk extra with all the people you love. To subscribe to MTN Free After One Extra today, just dial *550# and follow the prompts. And at the Roman Ridge Traditional Chinese Clinic, they provide effective treatment and management of strokes, heart diseases, diabetes, spine, liver and kidney problems. You can find them opposite the Indian High Commission at Roman Ridge, Accra, or you can call them on 0546 450 672 or 0556 121 863. They work Monday to Friday from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. and Saturday to Sunday, 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. Now, this 13th of December 2025, we're going to have the biggest culinary explosion, which is our Fufu Party at the Good Park, Accra Mall. This is an Asanka affair presented by Osei Krom Aduanepa in partnership with the EIB network, that is GHOne TV, Star FM, and Kasapa FM. This isn't just a food fest, it's a cultural movement. Tickets are selling out very fast. Call, you can get your tickets when you log on to www.aduanepa.com or dial *714*703# on all networks. See you on the 13th of December 2025. All right, I'll do the rest later. This morning, I'm joined by Kofi Ofosu-Nkansah. He's former CEO for the NEIP. You're welcome. We're still waiting for the NDC guest who is late. Hamza Suhini is late. But yeah, we'll go on. So yesterday, I'm sure that you have seen the stampede that happened at the Elwood Sports Stadium. For someone who headed an institution mainly focused on creating job opportunities for young people
Yeah.
and entrepreneurs. How did that make you feel? Because many people have said what we saw yesterday is as a result of unemployment.
Yeah. Good morning to your viewers, Serwaa. I think yesterday was a dark Wednesday for all of us. Unfortunately, this is the second time the Ministry of Defense has seen such a disaster in a year. And it is very unfortunate, you know. So I'll first of all start by extending my condolences to the bereaved families. I mean, no parent deserves to go through such pain, you know. Your daughter wakes up, tells you, Mom, I'm going for military screening in order to be enlisted into the Ghana Army, and then they never return. 6 young ladies, very, very unfortunate. And as you said, it's a symptom of how serious the unemployment situation is. No youth deserve to die through such a circumstance, you know. And I don't know why developing countries like Ghana don't place too much premium on human lives, you know. In the developed world, even if one person, especially young people and children, you lose one life, you know, you have commissions of inquiries being set up to probe and find out how they happened and to forestall future occurrences. You have state officials resigning and all that to ensure that there won't be reoccurrence in future. But we seem to have normalized, you know, human lives through such disasters. If you look at the carnage on our roads, for instance, you know, this year we've lost so many young people, you know, on our roads, especially on the Kumasi-Accra road. And we don't seem to be perturbed by this loss of lives. Look at the 16 children that we lost in Asante Achim, Obogu. We've not shown any seriousness on our road safety campaigns or even expediting construction of our roads to prevent reoccurrence of such situations. I'm not surprised by the mass, you know, interest in this recruitment exercise, because since the President Mahama government took over, they've not really created any jobs. This is the first major recruitment exercise that they are undertaking. All what they've done by way of employment in the last 11 months is to replace young Ghanaians who are working in the public sector already with their full soldiers, you know, because there's a lot of pressure on them to create jobs for them. And if you go back and look at the 2024 NDC manifesto, the theme of the manifesto was job creation and prosperity for all. But what has happened to that promise to create jobs for all young people who want to work and earn a decent living? I have not seen the president prioritize job creation. I have not seen the Minister of Finance, who releases funds for interventions which will spur job creation. I have not seen him prioritize that. They listed a lot of interventions which they thought would give us jobs. First on the list is the 24-hour economy, which was supposed to be a program to provide incentives for the private sector on one part so that they can run 24 hours a day in order to be able to employ more young people. What did they do when they took over? They've cancelled most of the industrial programs of the new patriotic policy. One DF, one district, one factory has been abolished. The Ghana Automotive Development Policy, which was providing incentives to players in the automotive sector for them to put together semi-knockdown vehicles here so that we can employ more young people, that has also been stopped. I have not seen action on the integrated aluminium industry. I have not seen action on the steel industry. I have not seen action on the lithium. Yesterday I heard them pass the agreement in Parliament. All these were interventions that were supposed to, you know, expand the private sector and provide jobs for the young people of Ghana. What was the other side of the 24-hour economy that they promised? They also promised to run shifts in the public sector. And President Mahama himself has been president before, and he has an experience firsthand of how difficult it is to even provide financial clearance for our nurses and teachers. That is a basic requirement for, employing regular teachers and nurses. Even that is a problem. And we've seen teachers and nurses demonstrate on the streets since they took over and complain about how they've not been paid after working for several months. So knowing very well, Serwaa, that it is difficult for the payroll, government payroll, to absorb the teeming youth who are unemployed and want jobs. How then do you go about promising to run 3 shifts in the public sector when even the 1 shift, getting clients to pay them is a problem? So what actuarial studies did NDC do? What analysis do they do? What computation do they do? What financial modeling did they use to promise this? Aside the consolidated fund, which funds, regular employment in the public service like education, health, judiciary, and what have you, we also have the independent agencies who are semi-autonomous and rely on their IGF to employ young people on their payroll. What kind of analysis did we do to say that, for instance, if Gapoha has a payroll which has 3,000 people, and we want to triple that number by employing 9,000 people on the Gapoha payroll, what sorts of funds were they going to use to be able to duplicate those numbers or to multiply them by a factor of 3? So it was just a mere political rhetoric. How many people have they employed under the 24-hour economy system? When you talk about it, they will mention DVLA, they are running 24 hours. They may mention a few other places. But altogether, I don't think they've even added 100 new staff to these places that they say they are employing people under the 24-hour economy. So it is very, very disappointing. If you look at the posture of the government and areas they have prioritized, you will realize that when they came, the very few months, they passed the Gold Board Act and gave them $300 million to set up and start buying gold to be able to monopolize it and export to earn foreign exchange for it. It is all well and good. There are other things that they prioritize that they have focused on and done them. So I don't think they prioritize job creation, because if they prioritize job creation, it would have reflected in their budget, and we've not seen that because the implementation has not been done. What other things did they promise aside the 24-hour economy? So what they promised the Women's Development Bank, that is going to be a special purpose vehicle to provide low-interest funds to young women who want to go into business, or mothers who want to go into businesses. That has not happened, So was that a mere political rhetoric? And President Mahama has just 4 years because he spent his first term already. So whatever they promised, they have only 4 years to implement them. They also promised the National Apprenticeship Program. All what the NDC has been doing these 11 months is to be launching these programs. So they've launched the National Apprenticeship Program. They've launched Nkoko Nketenkete. They've launched GHOne. But when it comes to the actual release of funds for these programs to take off so that we will get jobs being created out of them, they have not happened. We started a Ghana apprenticeship program under the Commission for TVET, CTVET, 800 million Ghana cedis program. And under this program, last year alone, about 10,000 youth were trained in various apprenticeship models, and they were given technical and vocational skills. So what the NDC should have done was to continue the implementation of the apprenticeship program, which was supported by the World Bank. I've also seen the Honorable Finance Minister, withdraw from most of these bilateral programs that we were on. We were on a World Bank program, Ghana Jobs for Skills project under GHOne. I've seen that we've come out of that program, and I don't know if we are continuing with the Ghana Skills Development Fund, which was being done by CODVET, and then this Ghana Apprenticeship Program, which was also supported by the World Bank. So I was expecting the NDC government to just come and continue with all these programs and interventions instead of relaunching them. But it's fine. If you want to rebrand them and give them new names, you want to change from Ghana Apprenticeship Program to NAP, National Apprenticeship Program, all fair and fine, good. But you promised to train 300,000 youth under the apprenticeship program. The first year is almost ending. If you do a ratio, what percentage of that 300,000 youth have been trained so far? You know, they also promised a GHOne program, which is being implemented by the National Entrepreneurship and Innovation Program. I have not seen a lot of action on the GHOne program. Why? Because if you read their manifesto, they promise that each year they expect to set up 10,000 youth, give them startup pass, give them business development training, train them in various technical areas in their sectors, choosing sectors of endeavor, so that they can set up their own businesses as entrepreneurs. All fair and good, good idea. But I've not seen much with the implementation. I've only seen them start with training of trainers.
But you say every year. It hasn't even been a year since they came into power.
Yes, but if you want to train 10,000 this year, and we've not seen even 100 being trained, it means you failed for the first year.
Let me give you some numbers,
yes.
Ms. Nkanta. So the Ghana Statistical Service says that as at the end of 2024, unemployment stood at 13.3%.
Right.
And youth unemployment reached 22.7%, which is the highest in nearly a decade.
Yes.
As at the end of 2024, you were in government.
Yes.
But youth unemployment skyrocketed so high in what we haven't seen in nearly a decade. These people haven't been in power for a year. But you expect them to work magic and reduce unemployment?
It's not about, I'm assessing them based on their own manifesto promises.
But what did you do?
Yes, we did a lot. We created 1.3 million jobs in the public sector. I have the figures here. If you have time, I can go through them. So if you look at where we are now, the Ministry of Defense, for instance, we had clearance for 13,000 people. So 13,000 young people were recruited into the various armed forces, into the armed forces. Ministry of Interior, we recruited 15,000 people over the 8-year period. If we come to the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, that's where we did the forestry recruitment and all that. The numbers there were 100,000. Transport Ministry, we had some people, manage the water bodies through, what's this agency that has oversight over the river bodies through that agency. Ministry of Sanitation, 7,000. Agric Ministry, through planting for food and jobs and all the other interventions. And this figure is very conservative because if Agric, for all the interventions we did, we have just 78,000. And I'm inclined to believe this is even from the formal sector employment opportunities, the Agric Ministry, like the extension officers and what have you. So I can go through all this. Ministry of Education, throughout the 8-year period, we had clearance for 136,000 people. And these were people we put on the payroll throughout the 8-year period. I do not expect the NDC to do these numbers in 4 years. It would be unreasonable on my part. If they're able to do that, we will applaud them. Ministry of Health, very critical. What numbers did we do at Ministry of Health? We did 106,000. The various nurses, doctors, pharmacists who were added on the payroll. So altogether, we did 1.3 million jobs. And these are former...
In the 8 years.
In the 8 years in the public sector.
So why don't you give them time?
When we took office, we started Plentiful Food and Jobs. The very first quarter.
In 8 years, you created 1.3 million
Yes,
jobs.
that is just the public sector.
Is this and in the private sector?
In the private sector, we created around 900,000.
So now the figures are
one D, one F. So Dr. Amihere, if you remember, spoke about 2.3 million jobs throughout the 8 years. And these are documented. How did we arrive at the private sector figures, for instance? In addition to figures from 1D, 1F and other interventions, we also compared with the private sector people who were added on the SNIT scheme. Because if the person has been added on the SNIT scheme and he's not on the government payroll, then it means he got a job through the private sector. So 2.3 million jobs in 8 years, and these numbers are unprecedented. But if unemployment still increase, it is understandable because of interventions like free SHS, because you are educating more youth. Once they come out of SHS, they become employable and you need to find opportunities for them. We also introduced free TVET. We set up several TVET centers of excellence to provide skills training for the young people. Once they get the skills, you have to set them up, provide them with the startup kit, the tools, and the requisite equipment so that they can start.
1.3 million jobs.
Yeah.
Does it include NAPCO?
No, I did not mention NAPCO. NAPCO was a temporary intervention. So well, as I round up, the NDC gave a very comprehensive solution to the unemployment program. I've gone through the highlights of the manifesto, and I think they are good ideas. But what they have not done well with is the implementation. If you look at their big push program, or the construction sector, for instance, it was one of the areas that they earmarked for job creation. But throughout the year, we were expecting that the government spends 13 billion on road construction through the big push program. I'm not sure they spent even 5% on the road construction. The only contractor I know who has been paid is Maripoma, who is working on the Ofanko and Sawam road because of the pressure which was brought on the government for them to, fix that road and continue where the Akufo government entered. They also spoke about the digital jobs program, which is very big. It can absorb a lot of young people because the business process outsourcing center, the coding, the website development, data entry, medical coding, and all these offshore jobs that the young people can do. And these models have been tried and tested in the Asia, Philippines and India especially. So for some of the banks in Ghana, for instance, if you call, their call center is in India because they have set up the infrastructure to do it. And the Fortune 500 companies in America and Europe, they send their jobs there. If we're able to set up and train the 1 million youth that the Mahama administration has promised us, that they are going to do 1 million coders program. If we're able to do this, if we get even 25% of that done and we have 250,000 young people with various digital skills, basic, intermediate, advanced, because each of them will give you some jobs online, we can reduce the unemployment problem a lot. But we have not seen action on the part of government by way of, achieving these manifesto promises on job creation. They also promise a lot on agriculture for jobs, and that is where the GHOne Ketenkete comes in. So, yesterday the president went to Kumasi to relaunch the GHOne Ketenkete. I'm saying relaunch because this is the second time I've seen the government launch the program. So I think
GHOne Ketenkete has been launched.
Yeah,
already.
yes.
When and where?
You just Google it. GHOne Ketenkete launch.
Just tell me where.
I read the story on the launch yesterday. I can't mention the exact place, but you have.
No, so find it for me.
I will give it to you. I'll give it to you when I finish and Hamza comes in. I'll give it to you.
So
this
in
is the second
10 months, they've launched
twice.
I am not aware of an initial launch.
I will get you that. They also promised a green jobs initiative. I've not seen anything on that. A Buy Ghana agenda, which they intend to procure most of the things we import locally so that the local manufacturers and producers can also employ more people. It's a very good idea. So if the president is able to implement this, it will help us. I've heard the rice, producers and farmers come out to say they don't have market for their locally produced rice. So this is a great opportunity for the Mahama administration to take advantage of the locally produced rice. We can even buy it for senior high schools under the school feeding program for the free SHS so that we can also create jobs locally for our people. So let's look at the allocations the government has done so far for these programs. And the Ministry of Finance gave these details during the media review. When you come to the Agric for Economic Transformation, which the GHOne Ketenkete falls under, the minister told us that out of the 1.5 billion Ghana cedi, which was budgeted for the Agric program, 0 had been allocated when he did the media review. It means that nothing is going to happen this year. The Women's Development Bank, the government allocated or budgeted 51.3 million Ghana cedis for it. Out of this number, 0 allocation was done for the Women's Development Bank. 1 million coders program, 0 out of 100 million cedis, which was budgeted. 24-hour economy, there was no allocation at all in the budget. I don't know if they've even finished with drafting the program for the implementation to take off. Big Push program, as at the time the minister did the media review too, we had zero allocation for the 13.8 billion, which was budgeted for the ministry. The NEIP's GHOne program, no, the National Apprenticeship Program is for the National Youth Authority. There we had 21 million only out of the 300 million which was budgeted for the program. And then it was the GHOne program which had 34.5 million allocated out of the 100 million which was budgeted. You know, road contractors no paid, MDAs are not allocated. So well, in the nutshell, I'm not surprised by the high interest the youth has expressed in this Ministry of Defense jobs, Army jobs, because that is the first, mass employment opportunity that the government is creating. And I will give the Mahama administration an F when it comes to job creation in the first year. So why did they not say they will start job creation in the second term when they were, explaining their manifesto? They did not say that. They only gave us figures. 1 million coders, 300,000 apprenticeship, 10,000 a year for GHOne, and so on and so forth. So if I'm doing the analysis, I will do the conversions based on how much you are supposed to do out of what you promise. It is not too late. The minister is going to read the budget today. I would expect to see a lot of allocations being done for the youth interventions, for the agric programs, for the industrialization programs, the 24-hour economies, which will spur growth in the private sector. The government has done well on the figure side, the macro indicators figures, but those things don't create jobs. Low interest rates, the city doing well with inflation coming down and all that. If the government is not spending, how is the private sector going to multiply what they have in order to be able to create jobs for the young people of Ghana? So, I'm expecting to see a lot on job creation this particular budget. If at the end of the day, the minister does the allocation, all right. But when it comes to releasing the funds for the implementation of the program, and by first quarter 2026, second quarter 2026, we've not seen the numbers that 100,000 youth are being trained under CODES program, because you promised 1 million and we are in the second year already. 10,000 youth are being trained in the GHOne program, because you promised 10,000 each year and we are second year already. 20,000 youth are being trained under apprenticeship program, because you promised 300,000 and we are in second year already. Then I know that there's nothing that the Mahama administration is going to do about employment situation.
Okay. Let me bring in Hamza Suhini Esquire. He's a private legal practitioner who has finally joined us. Hamza, good morning.
Good morning, Serwaa, and good morning to my brother. First of all, let me apologize for coming in late. It was due to circumstances beyond my control, of course. I know you would say that it's normal with politicians when it comes to fishing for excuses for our own failures. But unfortunately, I was met with traffic that I was not expecting on my way.
Yeah,
so I apologize profusely, yes. But so, on my way, I think that I listened to my brother briefly. And for a moment, I was wondering if indeed there are any useful lessons the NPP appears to have learned in the last 10 or so months in opposition. Because he sought to create a rather impressive picture of the record of the Nana Bawumia regime. A picture that would make it clearly abominable for the likes of us to ever contemplate raising any issues with that regime. But clearly in that submission, my brother forgot that it was that abysmal record of the last 8 years that in the first place led to this important change that has been instigated by the Ghanaian people, or that was instigated by the Ghanaian people on the 7th of December 2024. And for me, I think that rather than jumping into the fray of the usual politics, there's the need for the NPP to do some self-introspection and even stop annoying us in opposition, because that was what he sought to do this morning, to insult the good people of this country and not demonstrate any sense of sensibilities when it comes to their emotions and what they were subjected to in the last 8 years. And I'll demonstrate why. When we were campaigning to lead this country, many of the things we spoke about was never engineered by the NDC. It was the concerns of the Ghanaian people that informed the manifesto promises of the National Democratic Congress. Because they had tested both regimes, first under Mahama Mills and under the so-called Better Ghana promises that were sold to the good people of this country by Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. And when they were given the mandate, they delivered poorly. For us in the National Democratic Congress, when we were entering into that social contract with the good people of this country, we knew from the word go that that contract was not intended to implement all our policies in 1 year or in 10 months, because we are not even up to a year in office. And we were also clear in our submissions then that there was the need for us to salvage the Ghanaian economy. And so that is why it is important for us to situate our discussions in context. Remember that at the time the National Democratic Congress under Mahama came into office, this economy was undergoing what we call the domestic debt exchange program, inflicted on the meager earnings of the good people of this country because of the poor economic choices that were implemented in the last 8 years. Indeed, many of our credit rating agencies had declared the Ghanaian economy as a junk economy, something we never experienced, especially after independence. But that was the state of the Ghanaian economy we inherited. As if that was not enough. Because of their poor and reckless, corrupt-driven handling of the economy, we were made or were shut out of the international credit market, simply making it impossible for government to borrow to meet many of its financial obligations. That is the record we came to meet. Any responsible government faced with such a record would be tasked with the responsibility of, first of all, clearing the mess before proceeding to roll out your own intended interventions engineered to bring relief to the Ghanaian people. And that was what this government did. Fiscal prudence was announced in the first budget that was presented by the Honorable Dr. Kaisel Atuforsen. And quite apart from the fiscal prudence that we intended to roll out, or we planned rolling out, we knew that rolling out many of these fiscal prudent measures would have dire consequences on the ordinary Ghanaian. And so the responsibility was on government to also propose mitigating measures intended to lessen the burden on the ordinary Ghanaian. That is progressive way of handling such a tattered economy that we inherited. And so what did we do? We decided to cut down government expenditure, reckless government expenditure. We also decided, in line with that fiscal prudence initiative, to reduce drastically the number of ministers that they employed under them, in excess of about 110. This government reduced it to 60, intended to bring about the cost of government. This government also made a commitment not to embark on a borrowing spree. We decided that we are going to live within our means in the next year. And so far, we have been committed to that agenda. But we knew that cutting many of these reckless expenditures that they rolled out would mean unintended consequences on the Ghanaian people. So what did we do? Places that we could lessen the burden on the Ghanaian people, we started handling those sectors. A practical example is the exchange rate regime. Serwaa. When we came into office, it was within the region of about 16 Ghana cedis to $1. Today, Today it's about 10.9.
You are quoting
please. When you were speaking, I was quiet.
You can't quote.
You can come in. Come on, don't do that.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
It was 14.
I can do this better, but I decided to respect our viewers. Are you going?
But you would agree that the rate has gone down.
Yes, but you should quote that rate figure.
Please let him finish. You let him finish. Thank you.
Let's have honest academic conversation.
Serwaa.
Go ahead, Hamza.
You spewed a lot of falsehood, and I'll respond to all of them. I'm a man like you. At least our politics is different. So permit me, just be patient. I can understand that it is becoming discomforting for you to. So then be quiet. When you get the opportunity, you respond.
Clear misinformation.
When you get the opportunity, you respond. So clearly, today, from 16 Ghana cedis to the dollar, we are in the region of 10.9. Something you failed to achieve, even when you made all the sweetest of promises with your presidential candidate in 2024 before the 2016 election. You could not manage our exchange rate. What we inherited from you, we inherited a debt burden of about 724 billion Ghana cedis. Serwaa, because of fiscal prudence and progressive management of our economic indices, today our debt burden is around 620 billion Ghana cedis in less than 9 months, 10 months in office. Serwaa, inflation was hovering around 22.9% at the time we came into office. Today, because of that prudent management of our economy, inflation is around 8.0% in less than 11 months or 10 months in office. And then this is not making noise about all this. The Bank of Ghana policy rate, London, under you, was about 29%. What that means is that it was becoming expensive for private sector business people to have access to commercial loans because of the high interest rates. Today, in less than 10 months in office, the same rate hovers around 22%, 21.5 actually, 9.5. That is progress. That is prudence. That is how you manage an economy. And in the midst of all this intended plan to contain our economic indices, we also decided to roll out measures to lessen the burden on the Ghanaian people. You made mention of the National Apprenticeship Program. Undoubtedly one of the pillar promises of the NDC in the last election. It has been rolled out. And as I speak with you, the Chief Executive Officer of the National Apprenticeship Program, in fact, moved from one region with the Minister responsible for youth, from one region to the other, launching and actually showcasing those who have been recruited onto the program. Training is ongoing as I speak with you. In excess of about 200 million has been released by the government to the National Youth Authority to implement this program. And that is why he conveniently decided to go have a look at the mid-year budget review. At the time it was presented, remember that was the time we were trying to have a handle on their economic mess and position the government to be able to deliver on the many promises that we took to the Ghanaian people. And so the budget that will be presented today, if you are minded to look, you would see that places that you made references to, that no allocations were made, you would find reasonable and progressive allocations in many of these sectors. Because as I speak with you, on authority, the National Youth Authority has received in excess of 200 million Ghana cedis, and it has started implementation of the National Apprenticeship Program, something you couldn't do under the auspices of the National Youth Authority. The GHOne program, like he indicated, has commenced. Many of those who are mandated to do training are already on the program doing their training under the GHOne program. His Excellency President Mahama just yesterday launched the Poultry Table to Farm initiative. Is it in Koko, in Kitty? Has been launched.
He said you've launched it twice.
That is inaccurate. And now that's what I was hoping for him to confirm. Is this gentleman going to
hold on for me, Hamza. I need to know, June 2025, what happened?
Yeah, Ghana launches in Koko Nkete to empower youth in poultry and livestock.
Where are you reading this from?
This is Ghana, where it was launched by Otukono and some officials of the Ministry of... Otukono is the presidential staffer in charge of agriculture. No, this is Ghana Web. You can search it.
So
I did not create
it
this
where?
story. I've shown you the story. The government of Ghana has launched a national roadmap for the Nkoko Nketenkete initiative, a major youth-focused poultry and livestock development program that the Feed
And
Ghana
he launched it where?
program. Unveiled in Accra on June 10th, 2025. The initiative aims to train and support 20,000 youth. Am I the one who wrote this story?
You didn't, but you
Yes.
he launched it where?
Yes, in Accra. I've just read it to
Accra
you.
where?
Does
Was
it
there
ha-
a
does it
ceremony?
have to- does it have
Was
to
there an event to
have-
launch it?
Does it have to have the
all
suburb?
please, Ms.
There's a
Nkansa,
story
all the
online.
government
Uh-huh.
flagship programs
Yes.
have been launched by either the president or
Uh-huh.
the vice president. Ejumera was launched by
So
the
are you
vice
saying
president.
I created the story?
I didn't say you created
Exactly.
it, but how is it a launch?
Unless you... So how is it not a launch?
Don't allow this
When that's how
gentleman.
the
Don't
article
allow
says,
this gentleman to get
and
away with many
government
of the false claims
officials
he made.
have been
Can I
cited as
continue my
launching them.
submission?
Unless you are saying I planted the story on
Can
Ghana
you
Web.
at least...
So you should call Dr. Tukono and ask him what that program he launched was. That's what you should do.
In Council, are
And
you
not
going
question
to allow me to make
Okay,
a submission?
but I am not sure that
Exactly.
what Otukono did was a launch.
Okay, so if it's...
Because Otukono spoke on it,
Uh-huh.
I am trying to find the story that, and please allow me.
Yeah. That's what you should find out. You shouldn't question me. How did they plan the story there?
So, I think that I was the one speaking before he decided.
Yes,
to
go
talk.
ahead.
So, again, I indicated that because we appreciated the economic cost of many of the interventions we rolled out intended to have a handle on our economic performance, we knew we needed to introduce policies and in some cases enhance existing policies intended to mitigate against the cost of our attempts to more or less claim the economic space that was handed over to us. So, like I indicated, we rolled out the National Apprenticeship Program intended to give the good people of this country access to skills training that could potentially position them for future job opportunities and also even to be able to run their own businesses and create more jobs for the Ghanaian youth. That was not enough. The livelihood empowerment against poverty, we decided to increase in terms of allocations that were made for LEAP. Same was done with the school feeding program. And quite apart from support provided to many of these existing programs, the government also made it a point to ensure that we effectively manage the crisis of petroleum prices, because you agree with me that it has ripple effects on almost every sector of the economy. What they failed to do in 8 years, we managed to stabilize petroleum prices in a matter of 6-7 months in office. And so many of the policies we rolled out in our first year was intended to lessen the burden, get a handle on our economic indicators so that we would be able to embark on that ambitious plan that we sold to the Ghanaian people by next year. And that is what this coming budget will seek to do. Allocations were made to the Women Development Bank. And I can tell you as a matter of fact, Serwaa, that this budget will announce a substantial amount allocated for the final establishment of the Women Development Bank intended to bring some relief to our Ghanaian women out there, especially most of them in the rural, those who are found in the rural communities. So this is a working government. This is a government that is focused on delivering the promises it made to the good people of this country. And we will not run a government on the basis of lies and deception. I heard him talk about employment figures. You remember this tussle we had with them, even when they were in government, about the fictitious figures that they were throwing out. Somewhere in 2020, their minister responsible for employment, Serwaa or something like that, had announced to the whole country that they created in excess of 3 million jobs. When he was brought before in 5 million jobs. When he was...
That is not true.
Oh, come on. You don't do this on this platform.
It is not true.
It was in excess of 3 million.
It's not true. Even that figure is not true.
5.
It was always true.
I will get
We
there.
didn't
I will
say
get
it.
there.
Please bring the evidence.
Serwaa.
I have brought evidence on mine.
Please hold on. Let
Serwaa.
him finish.
Yeah.
Serwaa.
Yes,
When
go
I was
ahead.
talking, you asked me to bring evidence.
I'm going to give you evidence.
But he didn't interject till you finished. So
5
please
million.
allow him to finish.
Let him bring proof of the 5 million jobs he promised.
He made the claim
Yes, bring
to
it.
have created under the Planting for Food and Job program and all other jobs, casual and manual, which they claim to have created, they have created, was Baumia, was 2 million. Baumia said 2.2 million.
Exactly.
No, I've moved on to another point.
Yeah.
Can you allow me to make my point, for goodness sake? I can interject more than
What was
that.
the interjection in saying you are right on 2 million figures?
Ajay Bafwa said that 5 million jobs was created before he met the vetting committee of parliament for his second term as employment minister. And that statement was made in September 2020, before the general elections. And you can check it out. When he appeared before the vetting committee, he decided to review the figure down to about 3 million jobs. About a year or so down the line, Baumia declared 2.2 million jobs created under them in 8 years. You churned out those conflicting figures. We didn't. Oh, come on. Respect. I'm sure you have never been on this platform, so that's why you are behaving like a party foot soldier on rampage. At least respect our viewers.
I have. So there you are, X in your face.
So please, respect your viewers. But you are behaving as someone who has never been on the show. So, Serwaa, that is their record. A record rooted in deception and lies. And sometimes I'm surprised that the MPP seem not to have any iota of integrity. You are talking about one district, one factory, and that this government has discontinued, say? What visible achievements can you point to? How many jobs did that so-called policy throw out? It was a campaign-winning vehicle that you threw out. And it was part of the reasons why you were chased out of power. One community, one borehole. These were all promises you churned out. One district, 1 million per 1 million Ghana cedis per constituency. These were your promises. And today you are not even ashamed. You sit on such a national platform and you seek to recount phantom successes of the one district, one factory initiative when many of your colleagues have decided to run away from it. And indeed, those campaigning against Dr. Mahmoud Baumia have themselves questioned many of these interventions you claim to be throwing around this morning. So when it comes to politics of principle and reverence to the conscience of the Ghanaian people, the NDC stands tall. We will not engage in that politics of deception. That is why I will not sit on this platform and say that an allocation has been made to the Women's Development Bank, when in fact we acknowledge that this year is a difficult year and we are hoping to make many of these allocations in the next year's budget, the budget that will be presented today. And so, Serwaa, unlike them, this is a government that will be truthful to the good people of this country. Unlike them, this is a government that would be measured in terms of how we even communicate our achievements, because we know that the Ghanaian people deserve more. And we appreciate that we would not be in a position to deliver all the germane interests or concerns of the Ghanaian people in a matter of 10 or 11 months in office. More needs to be done on the part of this government, especially considering the economic mess that we inherited. But like I indicated, this is a government that is rising to the occasion, that will face the challenges head on and do everything that is necessary to ensure that the good people of this country are guaranteed jobs. He was talking about throwing around job figures. And I was glad that you had to prompt him. At the time President Mahama was leaving office in 2016, unemployment rate in this country hovered around 7.6%, 7.4%.
What is it now?
At the time they were leaving office in 2024, even after the claims of creating in excess of 2.6 million jobs, the unemployment rate was around 14.5%. That is your record. 8 years.
13.3.
No, now it is 13.3.
As at 2024, end of 2024, 13.3.
Serwaa, even if I go with the 13.3, it's still higher than the 7.4 that was left. Even after serious claims of creating in excess of 2.6 million jobs. So when you are listening to these guys, you need to be able to decipher facts from fiction created to deceive the Ghanaian people. Today, we wake up on a daily basis to the reckless manner, revelations about the reckless manner in which the economy under them was handled. How in excess of 90 million US dollars was used to dig the most expensive hole in the world. How many people decided to loot this country, allegations of financial mismanagement because of the responsibilities that they were given with their spouses. Something we've never experienced in this country. And so this is your record. For the last 8 years that you were in power, your obsession was only geared towards one objective: lining your private pockets in line with your property-grabbing ideology. The National Democratic Congress will be different. We will not sit on national television platforms and tell the good people of this country that we have solved all their problems in a matter of 10 months. But we would let them know the sincere efforts this government is doing, first, to clean the mess we inherited, and whilst doing so, the interventions that we are rolling out. And that point must not be lost on any person who is interested in the welfare of this country. After all, the difference between His Excellency John Dramani Mahama and Dr. Mahmoud Bouhame and that of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo should be clear to any Ghanaian now. That is the reason why they decided to bring back John Dramani Mahama Echi, because of their records in government. And so, my brother, I can understand your frustration, especially considering the fact that there are many people who are even sympathetic to your cause, who are commending this government on a daily basis for the successes that we are choking. We are modest about those successes. Unlike you, you have not seen this government gone to borrow and organize kinky party to celebrate borrowing. Absolutely not.
Okay, but you have not touched on what happened yesterday. So let's take a break. When we return, because I need you to speak on that, Hamza. Stay with me. You're welcome back to the show. This is GH Today. I am Serwaa Amihere. And we are on with the breakfast review. If you just joined us, we've been talking about unemployment in Ghana. In fact, the focus of the first topic was on what happened yesterday, but of course, it's linked with unemployment. I'm here with Hamza Suhini Esquire. He's a private legal practitioner and a member of the NDC's communications team. And Kofi Ofosun-Kanta is the former CEO for NEIP. Okay, Hamza, before the break, you were...
Yes.
You were speaking.
Easy, Serwaa, as for what happened yesterday, I think that there is no excuse for the unfortunate demise of our compatriots who lost their lives as a result of the recruitment exercise. And I have said elsewhere that this should be a shameful reminder to the collective conscience of the country, and especially those of us who occupy political offices, that the time has come for us to start doing things differently and being honest about the service we have been entrusted upon, that has been entrusted upon us by the Ghanaian people. And like I indicated, Serwaa, the news was heartbreaking. When I got the information, I simply could not believe it. But this is becoming one too many. The whole initiative was intended to once again open up the processes of recruitment into the Ghana Army that the erstwhile administration decided to do in secret. That was the objective. So you can understand that the objective behind it was sincere. But unfortunately, the implementation of that sincere objective has manifested avoidable weaknesses that we need to address. And if possible, certain actions needs to be taken in terms of sending a strong signal that this will not be entertained again. One thing you need to understand is that the NDC is a party that respects institutional independence. And so, when it comes to the operations of the Ghana Army and knowing how they operate, we as a government try as much as possible to take our political interests out of their own institutional arrangements of recruitments, except by directing in terms of policy directions that we want them to consider. And so that was what was done. Now we have realized that there are challenges associated with this mode of recruiting people. And indeed, may his soul rest in peace, Dr. Omane Boamah had raised concerns when he was appointed as minister responsible for defense about this mode of recruiting people into the Ghana Army. And so I'm pretty much convinced that if you are still in charge, this process would have been reviewed and we would have been in a position to avoid these painful deaths. But unfortunately, I think that his absence raises the issue of institutional continuity and the visions of those who are mandated to lead and how we operationalize them in the interest of the nation, even after they are dead and gone. And so for me, yesterday, that was my difficulty. So as a government, we will not run away from accepting responsibility as far as this mishap is concerned. We accept responsibility. It could have been done better. The situation could have been handled better. We could have directed a specific way of doing things. But thankfully, the essence of the reset is to review existing ways of doing things. But it is painful that it had to take 6 lives or so for us to make this turn. But like I indicated, we accept responsibility, Serwaa, and no youth would ever have to lose his life because of recruitments into the Ghana Army. Many of the other centers in other parts of the country went on smoothly. Greater Accra was a peculiar situation, something we should have anticipated, especially the Ghana High Command, Military High Command. They should have anticipated and made preparations towards that. Clearly would have averted many of these incidents, but unfortunately we did not anticipate it. And so the Ghana Army, I am pretty much sure, will do the needful by reaching out to the families of the deceased. And also, if there's the need for us to consider compensation packages, then that ought to be considered to demonstrate our remorse and failure of policy choice, especially when it comes to the recruitment processes.
Ms. Nkansa, you want to have a bite before I move on to the next topic?
Thank you.
Then?
It's interesting how Hamza is all over the place, quoting economic figures, going back to MPP records, just by asking the NDC to account for the promises they made to the young people of Ghana on job creation. Did the NDC say they were going to start creating jobs after stabilizing the economy? Did they say they were not going to create jobs in 2025? Didn't you know about the state of the economy when you were taking over government? You knew all this and said, well, this thing about comparing 11 months of your administration to crisis-ridden, global crisis-ridden 8-year period of a government. It's laughable.
Since you were doing it,
it's completely laughable. I did not do any economic comparison. All what I did, yes, I went to.
Also, for the 8 years, your economy was globally affected.
You know that you're also interjecting.
I'm paying you back so that you know how I feel.
I will allow it. Feel free. You see, 40-year inflationary figures record. U.S., Canada, EU nations, post-Great Depression, countries have not seen such figures in inflation, and rise in prices of groceries, 80% of incumbent governments lost in 2024 because of the global economic challenges.
Oh my goodness.
Germany,
there he goes again.
The Conservatives of UK, they had been in power for 14 good years since 2010. They lost. The worst ever. It doesn't mean they're a useless party. Since democracy started in the UK, they are worst ever parliamentary defeat because of global crisis. So how do you come and sit here?
These guys are glorifying failure in ways you
How do you come and sit
comprehend.
here, Serwaa, and compare 11 months administration where you've not spent even 10% of the budget you did?
And you are using that
you
11
did
months
allocation
to make a
of
comparison
13
in terms
billion
of job creation
for road,
as against your 8
construction.
years.
You didn't spend even 1 billion on the roads. So how do you incur inflation? How does the city go down? You've not started governance, basically, because you are not spending. Your contractors are complaining. Your party people are complaining. There are no jobs for them. The ministers are not getting their allocations. I was expecting you to come with empirical evidence to tell me that, Kofi, we said we were going to train 300,000 youth under apprenticeship over the 3-4 year period. We've done 10,000. These are the figures. After the launch, we've run training in this regional offices. This is what we've done. We said we were going to train 1 million coders. We've trained 10,000 of them. This is it. But then just come here and say it is ongoing when there's nothing to show. Because all what we have to do as an opposition is to prorate your promises against where we are. We are in the first year. So what is 1 out of 4 of 300,000? What is 1 out of 4 of the 1 million coders that you promised? That is all what we are doing. So I just don't know why you've turned just asking for accountability in jobs that you promised into an economic lecture to tell me how inflation is down and all that. So when we took over governance in 2016, we inherited inflation at 17.5%. By 2017, it went down to 12.74. We did not say we've reduced inflation to 12.4% in 2017, so we will not create jobs. Or we will reduce inflation further to 9.8, a single digit, in 2018, so we will not create jobs. Or 2019 inflation was 7.2, or 9.9 in 2020, or 10 in 2021. So we will not create jobs. Look at the trajectory and look at the performance. For 6 good years, the indicators were good. Jobs were being created. Everything was going on well until the effects of cushioning ourselves against COVID and the disruptions in the global supply chain kicked in, and we admitted that because of where we are, our economic circumstances, because of this crisis, we have to do these interventions. We have to do the DDP. We did not lie to the good people of Ghana. We came out clearly to tell them why. So please, stop the lectures on the economy, because you don't have any better indicators. If you want to compare the first year of the Arodanka government, 2017, to John Mahama 2012 or John Mahama 2025. That is the kind of comparison you should do. But you don't pick 11 months of inactivity The government has not spent anything. The government has not done anything. And you come and compare it to our West figures. And even that, you go and quote Abuchi figures, 16, and compare to Bank of Ghana figures during your time. Serwaa, we trained a lot of people under apprenticeship. There was a time where he presented 10,000 starter packs in the Techima in 2024, one day, after training them in apprenticeship. Another time, they presented 10,000 starter packs at Independence Square, Blaster Square. It wasn't just by math. My own institution, NEIP, I trained over 100,000 youth the 3 years that I was there. And over 50,000 jobs were created out of it. We gave them starter packs. Youth Start, Career Intervention, Youth in Innovative Agric, Skills for Jobs Project. The Ghana Enterprise Agency, which got the most resources during our time, trained 1.3 million youth in various business development skills and technical skills. The figures are there. They presented starter packs to over 300,000 of them. You can ask your CEO who was taken over there. Even after all these gargantuan numbers, we still had unemployment. So if we come and promise 10,000 GHOne trainees a year, and the year is ending, and we've not seen even 1,000 of them being outdoors. When we trained, we did a commissioning. We presented them with starter packs. Everybody saw it. That yes, these people are graduating. We are presenting them with their starter packs. How many starter packs have we presented? Whether it is apprenticeship program, whether it is a GHOne program or CODES program. You promised giving them toolkits to start working. You did not say you were going to start the presentation of starter packs and toolkits in your second year or your third year. You have failed. As far as this first year is concerned, in your job intervention, that is what I want you to speak to. By correcting me if I've made any mistake and say that, Kofi, no, we've trained this number of people, we've commissioned them, we've done this. But don't come and tell me, compare 2015 inflation figures to 2024 figures, when we also had very good figures in our first 6 years of governance. You understand? Petroleum prices. Compare the world market price in 2021-2020. It's half now. The current world market price, it has gone down. So if prices have gone down, it's a global effect. Gold prices are at all-time high. So you are selling gold and, supplying forex in gargantuan quantities onto the market just to artificially control the city to the extent that the IMF even had to come in to tell you to stop the artificial interventions. So let's stop these economic lectures that somebody came to run the economy. Everything I've said here, I can prove it. Everything I've said here. He spoke about GHOne. Let me go there. These are factories in Accra that were set up or given stimulus package. And sometimes they confuse themselves. We have brownfields and greenfields. The brownfields are the existing companies like Kasapreko and the rest, Darko Farms. Darko Farms had been run down, and we gave them incentives and a loan of 20 million Ghana cedis to revive it. So if today the dead Darko Farms is processing broilers, you cannot say that we cannot claim it as part of GHOne because we revived it by providing them with that low interest loan incentives. In Accra, we have Home Foods, we have Nkule Industries, we have Golden Africa Soap Industry, we have the United Foods Industry, we have ANT company. All these factories were launched by the President and Commission. And no Chinese or Indian factory owner will just put a GHOne sticker on their factory when the factory has not been given tax breaks, incentives, or exemptions when they imported the equipment to set up the factory, or giving low-interest loan from SM Bank or Commercial Bank or Agric Bank. It doesn't work like that. I have a long list here. We created over 170,000 jobs from 170 factories across the country. Most of them in Kumasi in Accra. Sentuo Ceramic is in Pont Katamanso. Sunda Ghana Investment is in Gasouth. Yabiko Enterprise, Everpure Ghana Limited, all these factories. This is a long list. I don't have time. I would have gone through all of them. So it is never true the way you guys have been pooping GHOne. It is unacceptable. You just rubbish it. Another thing they rubbish is the $1 million per constituency allocation. So we did a lot of projects. IPEP, the Infrastructure for Poverty Eradication Program.
What did you do?
We did markets. We did sanitation facilities. We did clinic. We completed 35 clinics. See,
so
this
did
is
you
a publication.
Give the one? Did
this
you
is
give
a publication.
Hold on. Did you give the 1 million? Hold on. Did you give the 1 million to each constituency.
Oh yes, they got it. It may happen
that is
so listen to me. That is the program name.
That is inaccurate.
So listen to me. That is the program name. So the fact that
that's not what I asked you.
Yes.
Did you give $1 million?
The program was implemented.
Please.
That was the name of the program.
Mr.
It was implemented.
Please answer my question.
Yes.
Did you give $1 million?
Every constituency got more than 1 million throughout.
Every year.
Not every year, of course. There were fiscal
challenges.
But
that was you know when I asked you, said that was the name of the program.
Yes.
1 million per constituency.
But it's a target. It's a target. How many projects get 100% succession?
So did you give them?
How many? No, sir. Well, the fact that we said we were going to give. So will you allow me to flow? The fact that we said we were going to do $1 million per constituency program and we were not able to give exactly 1 million each year doesn't mean the program was. We can say we got 40% success. You can say we got 60%. You can say we got 70%. But to rubbish it and say nothing happened.
So why do you promise something you know you cannot give? Because you didn't say you will give around 1 million. You said
so
1 million
is there any
per
government that has done 100% implementation when they promised before? Even free SHS that we did as a flagship program now, it had issues. So you cannot say free SHS 100% implemented.
But the $1
so
million, did you give them for all the 8 years?
Of course, the program is still there, and now the NDC government is transferring them from the various development authorities to the district assemblies for them to take over. They told us they did not exist, but their minister for local government, their CEOs for the various development authorities have issued a release transferring $1 million projects to district assemblies, to the local government authorities. So if the program didn't exist, what are they transferring?
You would have to really prove further that you actually did give them close to $1 million every year for the 8 years. Because I've had members of parliament sit here and dispute what you're saying.
So I can bring you along. I challenged you the other time to allow us come and debate on the hospitals. Unfortunately, it didn't happen. Same way I'm challenging you. I'll go for a list from Northern Development Authority. I'll go for a list from Middle-Belt Development Authority and Coastal Development Authority to bring you the long list of projects that each of these development authorities executed under the $1 million per constituency each year. The fact that exactly 1 million may not have been deployed or used for those interventions doesn't mean the program didn't happen. So that is a fallacy.
So, but there are some who say that the only thing that they got for that project or that policy was toilets in their constituencies.
It is not true. In my constituency, Konongo Dumasi, there is a clinic there at the 3 lane when we are moving from Konongo
to
that
Kumasi. 1 million.
Yeah, from that 1 million. Yes.
So the MPs were not getting the money.
No, that is the mistake people are making. These funds
making. Yes. But that's what you told us. Why didn't you break it down when you were making the promise?
But I have explained it this way. Anytime I get opportunity, the monies were channeled through the Ministry of Special Development Initiative. Howard Kumsin's ministry, honorable, the very first term. And they did thousands of projects through the infrastructure for poverty eradication project. In fact, the One Village, One Dam was even part of the $1 million per constituency that we did in the first term.
And how many dams?
The dams, we did about 400 dams. I have the list.
Where are they? Are they still
in the northern sector? Yes, they are still there. In the first term, I have the list. It was done by the Ministry of Social Development Initiative. Now, when that ministry was collapsed, the development authorities were then formed. So you had NDA executing projects in the northern sector. You had Middle-Belt Development Authority executing projects in the central part of the country, and Coastal Development Authority in the southern part of the country. So please, everything we have spoken about, we have implemented them. Then DEC should tell us what they are doing to implement the numerous promises they give the young people of Ghana, and stop going back to tell us when inflation was this and that, because we've all talked those successes before. For 6 years running, we had very good macroeconomic indicators. You are just in your first year. You don't know what is going to happen next year. As far as external disruptions are concerned, you don't know what is going to happen. To your fiscal plan, you plan, and then there are disruptions globally that you can't do anything about. The government admitted it. And if you look at the political terrain globally, it affected even developed nations who had big reserves. So when we relied on our reserves and the reserves were depleting, we had to stop at 4 months because you can't continue using the reserves. Even crisis-free period, you are relying on just pumping dollars to maintain exchange rates. It's not as if you are exporting to earn foreign exchange to stabilize your program, or you have some import substitution program which is, strengthening your currency. So please, it was specific. When I came, I acknowledged the fact that the micro indicators are good. And taxed you on your promises. I didn't make those promises. Those green jobs you said you were going to create, those $1 million jobs you said, 1 million jobs you said you were going to create from CODES program, the infrastructure jobs you said you were going to create from 13 billion, out of which you didn't release even 1 billion for construction. Didn't you know you were going to work on the fiscal side of things? You were going to clean the economy when you were promising jobs? Or are we telling the good people of Ghana now, the youth, are we telling them that because of the economic status, the status of the economic you inherited, they should pardon you this year? Then be honest and admit that you are now laying the building blocks for job creation. But you should not fault me for saying that this year you not created jobs. You should not fault me. I'll end by asking Hamza to tell us the number of jobs they've created this year.
Hamza, that's a good question because
It
I was
is
going to
not.
ask.
It is
so
not.
please answer. No, what jobs have you created?
How many
Even
jobs
if you
have you
don't want
created
to
this year?
mention
Tell us.
the figure.
No, you see-
What jobs have you created?
Wait, I'll
Tell
go
me.
there. I'll go there. That is, but I'm telling you that it is not a legitimate question to ask because anybody who knows the politics of John Dramani Mahama would agree that when it comes to the usual public sector recruitments, those of us in the National Democratic Congress are mostly reluctant to make references to the number of openings that we make available to the Ghanaian people. Because in any case, every government does it.
Even in your openness,
oh, come on.
You said you want to open. You are open. And you are doing open military recruitment. And so it's not true that we did only secret recruitment. It's not true.
Let him finish.
I wanted to correct that. I forgot.
Go ahead.
See? So that fact needs to be made, Serwaa. When it comes to recruitments into the public sector, and I remember vividly that during the run-up to the elections, we made statements to the effect that the MPP should not be taking pride in public sector jobs being thrown out. Because whichever way you look at it, we can all go and add the figures from upon assumption of office in January 2025. Edigi, National Chief Executive Officer of the National Petroleum Authority, can tell you the number of people that he has recruited. BOST can tell you the number of people that they have recruited. Bank of Ghana can tell you the number of people that they have recruited. National Identification Authority can tell you from January to date the number of people that they have recruited. And a host of other CEOs. That is a lazy approach to resolving the germane problems of youth unemployment in the country. And that is why this government will not accept the invitation of the New Patriotic Party to play by that rule book of comparison.
So why did you
when
promise
it comes to
24-hour economy in the public sector?
Oh, don't do this.
I'm helping you.
Don't do this. You are becoming uncomfortable with my submission, so I can understand. But be patient. You will have the time to respond. And so, you can engage in that mediocre form of politicking in terms of job creation. The NDC looks beyond that, especially under His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. And that is why we have told you that the bedrock of our job creation agenda will thrive on the agriculture sector and the skills training that the National Apprenticeship Program is implementing and that of the Ejumawura Program. Because we are looking at sustainable jobs that are really not connected to existing formal institutions that we have created over the years in the form of public sector. That is the only way you can actually be addressing the germane problems of the Ghanaian youth when it comes to access to jobs. Serwaa, you know that because of that lazy way of creating jobs and taking pride in it, we have overpopulated many of our state institutions as political parties. Because the NDC comes into office, they are interested in their numbers, so they push people into the public sector regardless of whether they are needed or not. The NPP continues that trajectory. Our promise to reset enjoins us to go beyond that lazy way of politicking. That is why I will not dabble in that challenge. Because he knows, as a matter of fact, that if we are to do the additions, simply by the number of people we have recruited into the public sector, in the matter of 9 or 10 months that we have been in office, we would have figures to churn out. But judge us by the end of our tenure, by the number of people that we have been able to train. For example, this year, the National Apprenticeship Program is in the process of training about 10,000. They have started across the country. They are in training as we speak. 10,000 youth. That simply means is that what that simply means is that look, you are likely to get youth who would begin their own trade because of the training that the program would have offered them. And mind you, I heard him talking about the fact that they supply startup kits to many of these people. That is what is happening under the National Apprenticeship Program. Many of them, they are not done with training. They are in their 3rd month of training because you are not monitoring what is happening. You are concentrating on your own internal politics. So it's taking a chunk of your time. You don't know the developments that are taking shape. So that is why you are pardoning this morning. I have listened, you see, listening to, it's not about TV.
Yeah.
When they are being graduated, you will see them on TV. When they are taking their kits, many of them would have access to tailoring machines. Many of them would have access to hair dryer, tools because of the kind of skills that they have acquired. And we would also provide them finances in terms of their startup capital. A novelty. And so just be patient, take your attention away a little from your internal politics and concentrate on the changes that we're introducing in the sector. And so, Serwaa, the measurement should be the number of jobs we have created through government policies, not our traditional public or civil service. I also listened to him create his own narrative of successes. And I can assure you that many of the things he made references to on this platform, even Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia himself, would be afraid to claim those as achievements.
They don't exist, my brother. Your people are transferring
because
you see,
this gentleman has created an alternate universe about the NPP's performance in office. Performance that I'm convinced would shock Nanado himself. The man who was in charge of the country in the last 8 years. What you have, the picture you have created here, in terms of the intervention that you have done. And yet still, we have Ghanaian people who were on your throat for failing them in terms of job creation.
Economic challenges, and we
Come
admitted it.
on. Sometimes you see, the NPP should take the good people of this country.
Yeah, economic
You
challenges.
should credit us with some level of intelligence. You spoke about global economic challenges.
Yes.
Was it Ghana alone that went through that?
Was it Ghana
So
alone
why
which
is it
had
in
economic
Africa?
issues?
Ghana was the first to roll out the domestic debt exchange program. And mind you, maybe again, because you were in government and you were busy cutting your deals, you did not listen.
No, cutting all this.
Prior to the COVID, the country representative of the IMF, Mr. Laporte, had indicated that Ghana's economy under Nana Bawumia had shown serious signs of distress before COVID. And that when they were cautioning, you failed to listen. So do not hide your reckless financial decisions under the guise of COVID. We would not give you that leeway.
We were not
the
reckless.
good people of
The
this country
first
do not give you
the
that
first
leeway.
6 years we were not
Again,
reckless.
I heard him talk about a 24-hour economy. And he created an impression that the NDC government had said, and I was expecting you to correct him, that we're going to run a 24-hour economy in the public sector. From day one.
It is in your manifesto.
From day one. Show me a page in the manifesto.
Okay, 1 minute.
That it says that in the public sector.
1 minute.
From day one, we told you that the private sector would be our focus. And government institutions that require the 24-hour service will be supported to roll out the 24-hour programs. And it's therefore not surprising that when the Minister of Foreign Affairs got to a stage that they required that service, they were supported to roll it out. And as I speak with you, they ran a 24-hour shift system. Devially, because they require the service, they have been supported by government to run a 24-hour system. So state institutions that are capable of running a 24-hour system, we indicated in our manifesto and in our promises to the Ghanaian people that we would support them. But we never mince words in saying that our job was to provide that enabling environment to support the private sector to be able to conduct their activities in a 24-hour cycle. So do not sit in this chair and create your own ideas about what the NDC promised and did not promise, and about what you achieved as a government. Because they are all a creation of your own imagination.
I'm using your own manifesto, no.
And you see, in cancer, like I indicated, and I will end on that note, Serwaa.
Please, quickly.
I will end on that note. There's a sea of difference between the National Democratic Congress and the New Patriotic Party. And I will not sit on a platform, neither would any NDC member, sit on a platform and seek to rub the wounds of the Ghanaian people, especially when I know that many of our compatriots out there are struggling with issues of unemployment, and claim credit of providing jobs, when in actual sense, I know as a matter of fact, as a government, that even if we provide 2 to 3 million jobs in 1 year, it will still not scratch the surface compared if you look at the figures of youth unemployment in this country. But we are measured, even in celebrating our successes. We are rolling out, we are creating job opportunities for the Ghanaian youth to take advantage of, but that does not mean that we will not be able to resolve all issues of unemployment in a matter of 10 months in office. Absolutely not. And when I heard him make references to our manifesto, why do you seek to create the impression that all the promises in the manifesto was meant to be implemented in our first year? Did you do that as a government?
They were in your budget.
We have a 4-year social contract.
They were in your budget. Country. So why did you put them in your budget?
At the end of the 4 years, you are permitted to sit at the comfort of your home or in this chair and begin to ask the government questions in terms of the promises we took to the Ghanaian people. It was not for nothing that the people gave us a 4-year mandate. And unlike you, we will judiciously use that 4-year mandate so that at the end of our tenure, we would have something substantial grounded in truth and not propaganda to tell the good people of this country. Until that is done, my advice to you, final advice to you and members of your party, is to go back to the drawing table, learn how to accept the criticisms the Ghanaian people manifested in the form of rejection in the last election, and reflect deeply on it, and begin to conduct your politics in ways that shows humility, in ways that shows that indeed you have learned from the errors of the past. That is the only way you can save yourself in cancer.
All right.
But do not continue to insult us by telling us that you created an alternative universe of paradise in Ghana under your tenure. That was not what happened.
30 seconds. No, you not respond.
No, that won't be fair.
No.
Because he started this discussion. He cannot end.
Please speak. I have to go.
Is the only former flag bearer who has apologized to the good people of Ghana for economic issues. He's the only. President Mahama didn't do that when he lost. So we are very humble. Now, 24-hour economy, you said it's a deliberate policy to encourage and support businesses and public organizations to operate 24/7.
I don't know what he's saying.
This is the theme that you wrote on 24-hour economy policy.
Where are you
Open your manifesto.
Which page? Go to the manifesto. What you have opened is not a manifesto.
Please, Mr. Nkasa, can you speak and wrap up because I have to go.
It's a deliberate policy to encourage and support businesses and public organizations to operate 24/7 in 3 shift hours.
What I have said, what you have read, and what I have said.
No, you did not say specific MDAs or public sector organizations.
Read the document, take your time to understand. What you have read, that's against what I have said.
Thank you. No, please, I have to go. Thank you. But from their FAQs, thank you, gentlemen. I have to go. Thank you.
I have opinion.
Thank you. What they said, the FAQs on 24-hour economy. We are ending.
This is what you're interested in correcting. You are not corrected.
You don't determine what I correct on the show, please. So don't say I am. Yeah, but I have checked. It was not a launch.
What was it?
It was not a launch. Otukono speaks for the government on agriculture and did speak on the Nkukon Kitting. But what happened was not a launch. I haven't seen the publication you've talked about.
So
I have seen him granting.
So you didn't check.
That is untrue. That is untrue.
You didn't verify it.
I have checked, and all the checks that I have seen, they are all videos of him speaking.
Production team to check it.
We have checked. I did not see a launch, as you call it. Well, he did speak on it that it will be launched soon.
They should
and
correct,
even the Agric Minister did say. But I'm also saying, let me just put it out on record, that the FAQs, gentlemen, I have to go. See, the 24, hold on, Hamza, please. And in going, the FAQs on the 24-hour economy. What is the 24-hour economy about? It will be a deliberate policy intervention by the government to encourage and support certain businesses and companies to operate 24/7 in a 3-shift system. It said certain. Which industries? 24-hour agro-processing, manufacturing, pharmaceutical, construction, extractive industry, sanitation and waste management, leisure and hospitality industry, startup and processes, financial services, retail centers and modern markets, 24-hour transportation services. Also, selected public institutions with large customer traffic such as ports and harbors, customs, passport office, DVLA, among others. Thank you, gentlemen. I just wanted to put that information out. And so, thank you so much. Hamza Suhini is a private legal practitioner, also member of the NDC's communication team, and Kofi Ofosun Kansa, former CEO of NEIP. Thank you, gentlemen. Yes, we work at the same law firm, Hamza and I.
So you are taking double salary? Oh, you don't have government appointment?
No, I'm not.
He's not a government appointee.
Oh, they should give you
Thank
some.
you. Stay with me. After the break, I have an exclusive conversation with the Minister for Employment and Labor Relations. Don't miss it. Hard Talk. I sit with the current Minister for Labour, Jobs and Employment, Dr. Rashid Pelpo. He also is a Member of Parliament for Serwaa Central. And that's not all. He's occupied, lots of public spaces. He was former Deputy Majority Leader. He was former Minister for Private Development, Private Sector Development, and also former Minister for Youth
and Sports.
Doc, thank you very much. You're welcome to the show. Good morning. I hope you're well.
Thank you.
You've done a lot of work.
Yeah, for my people.
How long have you been a Member of Parliament?
I think this is the only 6 times now.
Only? Meaning you're not stepping down anytime soon?
Oh, no, it doesn't mean so. I've done 6 times. I'm in my 6th term as a Member of Parliament.
Well done. Anyway, so the timing is so right that we have the Minister for Employment and Job Creation here. Following what happened yesterday, the conversations about unemployment has been reignited, with many attributing what happened yesterday at the Elwak Stadium solely to unemployment. Because many make the argument that the people who found themselves at the Elwak Sports Stadium and across the country, the regional recruitment centers, were not there because of their extreme love for Mother Ghana and wanting to serve, simply because they needed jobs. Unfortunately, some lost their lives, some are in critical condition at the hospital, some, we are told, are fairly in critical condition, some are being monitored, and some are okay. In the Ashanti region, no one died, thankfully, but there's one in the hospital as well who is also being monitored. So the conversation about unemployment has been reignited. And earlier, if you were watching the show, I ran you through the numbers of unemployment as it stands right now. And I'll go through it again. According to the Ghana Statistical Service, Doc, unemployment as of the end of 2024 stood at 13.3%. That of youth unemployment reached 22.7%, which is the highest in nearly a decade. But let me ask you, what is the true picture of unemployment as it is today in Ghana?
Well, thank you very much and good morning to our viewers. Unemployment is a real situation in this country. There's an accumulation of non-creative ways of creating jobs over a long period of time, especially in the last 8 years. And it has accumulated into several people leaving school and having the same, kind of fear that they are not going to be employed, just as their predecessors had been waiting for jobs over the years. So any opportunity for employment creates a lot of interest in young people. And so you can see them drifting towards areas where they can be employed. Even as soon as I took office, you would see lots of young people coming over asking for jobs because they hear this is a Minister of Employment and all that. So it is a real situation. Statistically, is depicting the situation and is telling a story. Unemployment doesn't happen just within a day. It happens over a period of time. People who have finished school for 5 years have not been employed and have stayed on and on and on. And new young guys are finishing and are also having to wait. So it's a real problem in Ghana. And it is as a result of over-reliance on government creating jobs for everybody. What I mean is...
We'll get to the cause of it, but
yeah.
I just want to know if you know how many people are without jobs, presently, despite the 13.3% headline that we have, and specifically, how many young people are without jobs? Do you have those numbers?
No, we don't have those numbers now, but I rely on the Statistical Service. It's directly under my office space, my office administration, and I rely on the statistics they'll be giving out to all of us. Yeah.
Yesterday, what happened, like I said earlier, many have interpreted it to be a sheer desperation for looking for jobs. Is that the picture that you are getting to, that people are rushing, for instance, to get into the military or security services, not because of the passion for it, but because they don't have jobs and they want jobs?
It is partly the situation, but it has always been like that. You know, young people finishing JSS think that the easy way to go is to start working in the military, and the forces had been the way out. I recall that whilst I was in opposition, we were in opposition, the issue of I will join the forces became a major desire for many young people. And you see somebody who has finished the university, who has finished SS with a good grade, and still thinking that, and he's still thinking that the way to go is to join the forces. You try to persuade them, but
when you say with a good grade, does that mean that the forces are reserved for persons who did do well with bad grades?
No, what I mean is they have an opportunity to study further, but they want to cut off their study. They could go to the university before joining the army. And I've been telling them, go to university, finish, join the fire service, the military, police, etc., etc. It's fine. But to just cut your education short because you see people joining the army is a problem. And parents are all pushing their children to do so. And it's a problem. But let's not blame the young man or woman who went there and got hurt because of this challenge. Let's blame the way the whole thing is organized. It should not be organized in a manner. I saw some military people using a cane to whip them, and I don't know whether that is a makeup picture or
I haven't seen that.
Or it is the reality. I think that we love our military, especially the leadership is doing well, has demonstrated a lot of commitment to ensure national security and all that. But we will advise that once people pay money in order to register, I don't know whether they did so.
Yes, they buy the forms.
Yeah, part of it should be done in a manner to show respectable organization of these things. Put chairs there, organize them in manners that will mean that there's respect, for our young people. They move in, sit at places, designated places. There's enough military to control how they enter, where they sit, and all that. And then they will be called by names to come for the training in a very cordial and if they cannot be done in one day, do it for 10 days. It doesn't matter. If the money is not enough, let them pay more so that you can use it as a way of organizing them so that we can have, cordial, respectable, dignified way of organizing young people to go and go through this process. I was very sad when I heard this thing, and I know that partially it is also because of the anxiousness of these young people to get into the military. And the military, because they have shown a lot of class, distinction in the way they organize themselves. You go into the military, you see how neat they are, how organized they are, and it's something that will attract any young person to want to join them.
But let me. You say that you're relying on the Ghana Statistical Service figures for unemployment as at the end of 2024. That we have been told is a national security problem, the rate of unemployment in this country. And I want to find out if your ministry has any immediate to medium-term plans to absorb these unemployed people.
Yeah, my ministry is a supervisory and policy decision ministry, and the whole idea about getting our young people employed is being tackled head on by ensuring that there is we are encouraging private sector investment to absorb as many young people as possible. It was part of the negotiations that went on in the base pay and minimum wage salary schemes discussions. The understanding is that once you pay so much to salary earners now, you have very little to absorb new people into the public sector. So you pay in such a manner as to create space, fiscal space, for more people to be employed. But again, over the next few years, you will see a lot of investment process going on. We are going to encourage more investments into the system so you can have people absorb from all angles, not just from the private public sector. The public sector workers are still less than 1 million people. And yet, we have so many people who are unemployed, and we can't absorb them because of the fact that we are spending about 47% presently to pay salaries alone, 47% of internal revenue, which we absorb into paying salaries. So since the public sector is limited in its capacity to absorb so many, that's why we are reaching out, trying to get the private sector involved more deeply than they are doing now.
Okay, but since you came into office, this government, have you been able to create jobs? Because your opponents say that you campaigned on creating jobs. You have not created jobs yet, have you?
Oh, well, we've not got the statistics yet, but I hope to get the statistics very soon.
But you're the minister, you're the sector minister.
Yeah, but jobs are happening everywhere in the country. That's why you need to collate all these things, put them all together, and be able to tell the percentage of jobs being created. But I can tell you jobs are created almost every day in this country because of the policies we run. Because I'll go outside the country, buy and come invest, and will not have to go back regretting that when they came, the dollar had risen against the cedi in a manner that has made their profit
That's
gone.
Job creation too?
So, no, I'm explaining something to you. So once that happens, they keep the jobs. They keep expanding because they are now certain about the dollar. They keep expanding, and once they expand, they absorb more people. And so once they absorb more people, that's the point where jobs are created. And I'm saying because you cannot put a finger at any one point in time and say, okay, Accra, we've got 1,000 people employed, but that's Accra alone. We are talking about multifaceted situations where people are creating jobs everywhere. Jobs are being created because there is a predictable economy, a stable economy, and things are happening. More people are finding need to come and invest. Yesterday, I was just with somebody who came to this country and said, he's coming to invest some money. And I met some people who also came from Germany and are saying they want to invest, because there's more confidence in our economy now than ever. And once they come to invest, they are creating value, they are creating money, they are making people more, get more people into jobs. And that's the kind of economic situation we are trying to create.
Okay, I want to know what sectors of the economy shows a great potential for job creation or absorbing the seeming unemployed youth. Is it agriculture, manufacturing, digital?
Yeah, I can tell you all sectors now. When there's confidence in the economy, there's no sector that is no longer a viable sector in creating jobs, because these sectors exist, and once it is a source of making money for many companies, there is easy investment into it. But right now, agric is taking the lead in job creation, and manufacture is another. I was amazed when I met employers and they were telling me they don't even need. At the point, one of them told me, it's not that we are looking for money. We are happy if the economy is stable, and we are happy where the dollar can be predicted. It makes our business, and we can create more jobs. But they are saying they still want to come to me and make a proposal as to what we can pick, support them to even increase their investments more. We are waiting for them. So there is a liberal system of economy now. The people are finding the need for put their money back in Ghana. I met somebody again who came and said they were in They are operating in the Middle East, but they want to come to Ghana. What they have noticed is that the waste we call waste here and is disturbing the system is where they are going to invest in. They are going to collect all the wastes in Accra. In fact, we'll be fighting for waste now, generate power out of it. And they are not asking you to pay for the waste. They'll be happy if we even give them the waste. And it will create more than 2,000 jobs at the first instant of their investment. And we are welcoming them. So within the first 1 year, the confidence created by the economy is yielding fruits and is creating a lot of interest. And I'm happy that the target is to absorb the young person into the job market.
All right, let's talk about labor migration. Your ministry, together with the YEA, launched the job export program. Am I correct? To send trained workers abroad legally, right?
Yeah,
That's correct. How many people have benefited from this program so far?
So far, I can talk about a figure of about 300. There was an initial 70 people who were sent out of the country.
To where?
Through Korea in shipbuilding. And there is one that is sending people to Dubai to work in various places. I am putting a stop to it because of the complaints made by the people who went. Some of them are saying the salaries they are paying them, somebody is taking part of the salary.
So this has come to your attention?
Yes.
Especially the Dubai, the Gulf region?
Yes.
So not for all the countries, just Dubai?
Dubai.
Okay.
They wrote and complained. The workers themselves wrote and complained. I've given them confidence that, look, once you go and there's a problem, don't keep quiet. We don't want to see pictures and get worried. Tell a story and let's tackle it. So when they send the story to me, I ask it to be investigated. I asked Yoko to investigate it and let me know what is happening, the company that is doing it. If it is found to be the one at fault, we will bring them to book. But for the meantime, nobody should be sent out there until I get the full report about it. So for the Dubai, we've kept a stop to it. But there are European, Germany and other countries that are seeking our help. We want to make sure we prepare them adequately before sending them. We don't want just to push people away because there's lack of job. We want them to go and work with dignity, respected according to the existing legal frame that bind our labor use in Ghana. So we are working on it, not big numbers yet.
But so far, about 300 people have been sent out.
In fact, we're qualified to go. Some have gone, others have not gone because I got a stop to it.
So how many people have gone?
I can't tell the number now because...
But 300 have been passed.
Yes. The reason I can't tell the number is because some people have taken people out without passing. Once they have given them the signed the agreement with them, sign with them for them to have the license to export labor. They did the wrong thing by sending them without passing through, letting us know. And that's what I also said is a wrong thing. It makes it difficult. Some of the companies, we deal with private companies who do that.
Okay.
Once you are a private company and you are going to send people out, at any point in time when you want to send people out, you have to sign a memorandum of understanding, let us know the number, and let us know when they are going. At the beginning, because they had started it earlier before we came in, they managed to take people out without our notice. So that's why I can't give you the number that is exact number that has gone out.
Okay, but how are these workers selected, trained? How do you select them?
It depends on the desire of the company, the skill need of the company. when they bring up a request, they tell us what they want. For example, quite recently, they came with a request to have drivers. And they said the driver we want is somebody who has a grade driver's license B, has a SSS certificate. So if you can get that, then send them to us. Now, but in this case, is a private company working with the company out there that we are going to work with to get them the number for them to send. So it depends on the kind of people who are required. Qatar came, they want some people, and they say they want people with training in mechanical who are engineers, mechanical engineering, somebody who can repair a car, somebody who can identify faults in a machine and all that. So they depends on the skill needs of the company requiring.
But how do you put out the notices to get people to apply?
Yeah, presently I work closely with the Youth Employment YEA, Youth Employment Authority. What they do is that they have a website, they publicize it in the website, people apply, and then they call them for interview, and that is it.
Okay. How do you ensure that the persons who are being called and being readied for export are not just members of the NDC?
Oh, it's public.
Because most times when these policies and these opportunities come up, you have heard people complain that, political party fans or members are considered first beyond anybody else. How do you ensure that that doesn't happen?
It is what happened in the past. We don't want to repeat it. And sometimes they even sell their jobs. I'm sure you may have heard that.
Right.
They sold lots of jobs, teaching jobs, military, police, and all that. And so we don't want to repeat everything in the past which we condemn. There may be situations where some people feel that NDC people are picked. But more and more, we want to neutralize the need for labor because young people are in need. And you look at people because they are Ghanaian, not because they belong to a party. Let's kill the spirits. It's important to do so. So we don't, when you win power, you no longer look at people as party A or party B. Let's make sure we deal directly with the public. And that's why I commend the NYEA for the, making it electronic and passing it on. And then people apply. The last time they opened the advertise, more than 2,000 people applied in less than 4 days. And they cut it off because if you keep it on, lots of people will apply, and if they are not invited, it becomes a problem. And the people who were called and are now being dealt with, nobody knows their political affiliation. They're just young people who want to travel abroad they are dealing with.
Okay. You said that in Dubai, for instance, you told the people to call if they have any problem. But do you have a mechanism in place to ensure that the workers who are transported abroad or exported abroad are able to, share their problems or what they're going? Are you able to track them properly?
Yeah, they are in a platform, a common platform.
Okay.
But that is no longer reliable because...
A WhatsApp platform?
Yes, a WhatsApp platform. It's no longer reliable because the WhatsApp platform was put together with the company deep in it. And we suspect that can also be manipulated. Now, from now on, we won't depend directly on it, but we'll give them open lines for them. They will do their own platform, run their own platform in the next batch that is going. And with an officer, I'll put inside there to monitor what is happening.
Okay. Let's move away from labor exports and talk still on unemployment and job creation.
Yeah.
You know, before you came into office, one of your major promises, flagship promises, was the 24-hour economy, which in itself was aimed at creating jobs and dealing with unemployment. With the 3-shift system, so morning, afternoon, evening, you have people working around the clock. Now, nearly a year on, there are still many institutions that are operating the single-shift system. What is happening?
There's no compulsion on people who are running businesses to go 24 hours. It will depend on the need for it. But for government organizations, it also depends on the huge amount of jobs work they have to do within a space of time. There are some that are running 24 hours now. For example, I hear the passport office is running 24 hours. And other people who require it will be running 24 hours. Today, I'm meeting the 24-hour economy to get to appreciate everything that is doing now, to bring me, to speed exactly how it is run, jobs that are created, what next we need to do. But it's taking shape now, where there's a law on it.
When you say you get to meet the 24-hour economy, get to understand how it is run, you are a sector minister for employment.
But I'm not in the sector minister. I'm not in charge of 24 hours.
Absolutely. But I mean, it ties into, because the main aim of the 24-hour economy is job creation.
Yeah.
And to fix unemployment. You should know by now how that ties into your ministry, no?
That's what I'm saying. It's tied. And that's why I'm meeting them. Because it's taking a legal frame now, it's taking a legal shape. We are making a law that will enable money to be moved into the 24-hour economy to support businesses and to make sure that we run 24 hours. We need to increase the security services, enough security services to give to people who need them. We need to make sure we provide enough equity for those who want money. We need to make sure we bring everything to shape. And it's taking time. You can't start work now and tomorrow 24 hours economy is running. There's a lot incumbent upon government to do. And that's why part of the reason why we are meeting, we've done a lot, but it has to be, we want to make sure by the beginning of next year, things are shaped and people can now just walk in. If you want power, you can walk in and say, look, I want to run 24 hours, but I don't have enough power. We find a way of getting you enough power. I don't have enough security. We find a way of getting you enough security. I don't have enough capital to boost my business. If I had, I'll be able to. Then we find a way of getting you. So all that is being put in shape, and for the first time, we are doing a budget which is going to be a budget of reflecting the present needs of the people and the present financial power we have. We inherited something, three months of inheritance of a budget which was not prepared by us. We picked it up, prepared a budget in the 4th month, which was only for 8 months. And so it couldn't respond to all the challenges until now. So we are going to have a comprehensive look at 24-hour economy and make sure it reflects our expectations.
Okay, beyond the 24-hour economy, what other programs is your ministry directly rolling out to tackle unemployment?
Well, like I had explained earlier, one of the key issues is to encourage private sector investment. And we are doing it in a manner to tackle unemployment in this country. I've visited a number of countries. I'm encouraging, and they are coming, a number of businesses that are coming to invest in Ghana. The Chinese are coming in their numbers. The Indians are coming. The Germans are coming. There's a German company that is willing to invest as much as $1 billion to create jobs and to increase employment. So everywhere where I can encourage some private investment that will create jobs is what I'm doing. So within this year, I've met so many businesses, and many of them have started trying to set up companies, and we're encouraging them to do so. I believe that by the close of the year, if you invite me, I can give you a list of companies that we have started working with who are moving into the country and the job opportunities that are available for many Ghanaians. There are companies that are going to make Ghana their hub in West Africa, and it's going to be a very laudable idea, to get them to come in here.
Okay, what real timelines can you give us, in tackling unemployment? Because you appear to have plans. When should we expect? Because your opponents say that you've been 10, 11 months in office. They're not seeing anything yet. You're not giving them
we are not them.
So what real timelines should we expect that by that time, unemployment would have been fixed to a very large extent?
And unemployment is just being fixed the very moment we came in here. Unemployment has been a target, and we've been working at it. I told you, once we started by tackling the economy, is the key in creating jobs. We tackled the economy, we gave business confidence to businessmen, investments are increasing, people are being employed. It's the first line of tackling unemployment. Now the second line is to now give opportunities for people who want to come and invest to come in and invest as much as they can. We are doing that as well. And the next thing is to make sure government itself creates more jobs. And I can tell you, to start with, the 12,000 people our predecessors employed without any idea to pay them, we just gave them financial clearance. 12,000, they are being paid right now. We are, by the close of this year, after the budget is read, we are going to increase our employment capacity, government employment capacity, by employing more people into the security services, the public services, the civil service, and all those other places where you need to there's a lot of vacancies and are not being declared. Financial clearance will be given to them and they will all be employed. But I'm saying that itself, that is not a big source of employment. You can't depend on government sources to say you are creating jobs.
Right.
We are dependent more on the private sector, boosting the private sector where you can get two things at the same time. First, you get employment, young people will be employed. Second, you tax them and improve your strength, your financial strength. And I can tell you, when we came into power, the position of the GDP of Ghana in the scheme of things in Africa was in the first 10. Now it has moved to number 8. The GDP of Ghana has moved number 8 in the estimation of GDPs for 2025. So it means that there's something happening in this country. Jobs are being created, the economy is being strengthened, people have more confidence, investment are going to improve, people are going to be employed and are being employed. So it's not a one-time event where I would say, next year we are going to make sure unemployment is it's a dynamic process and it's going on every day. We can only do so. I can tell you at the end of the year and by the beginning of next year, we can tell you how many people in the last year were employed. That would have been one employment scheme of years of one employment scheme, time space. Within 1 year, I can tell you, within the last year, this is what happened. In this place, this is what happened. In this place, so we will bring you statistical events that would have told you what has happened in the last financial year in the country. Yeah.
So, I mean, you are not able to give me the numbers as to when exactly unemployment will be taken care of. But there were people who were employed before you came
No,
into
it is not that I'm not able to give you. It is
it is not available yet.
No, it is not possible to give it to you now. Yeah.
Okay, that's
because
fair.
things happen. They are happening every day. But in 1 year, we can then look back and give you the feedback.
Okay, so we should expect numbers by the end of the year.
Yes.
That's fair. But, you know, still speaking of unemployment, you came to meet some people who had jobs. You decided to let them go. And that has added up to the unemployment numbers. You said that you were going to investigate them. We have not heard anything. We want to know what has happened to the affected persons who were sacked from their jobs.
Now, this is what happened.
Okay.
In many of the situations, there was no interview. There was no advertisement for people to apply for the job. They just called people and gave them letters. Within a space of time when they knew they lost the elections, 12,000 people were employed when they knew they lost the elections and were exiting the government. And so they rushed to give people appointments which had no basis at all. So you realize that those are not employment. You can't accuse a government for saying, no, these are not people who have been properly employed. So that's what happened. But after we checked and realized that some of them had a case, they called some of them back. And it is not our preoccupation to deprive people of jobs if they are properly employed. MPP did that. I don't know why people didn't complain and are now finding it necessary to complain, but because we are presenting ourselves to want to correct the system. So we are not going to continue to do that. But for those that were rushed into employment, simply because you lost the elections, we can't, it wasn't possible for some of the departments to keep them.
So does it boil down to the processes not being followed or the competence of these people, really? Even if they were last-minute recruitments and they're good enough, why do you let them go? Is it the processes or the competence?
Both. No, the process was faulty. Now, if you go and steal...
And they are competent?
If you go and steal, and you know that, look, this money I have is good money. I can use it to build a hotel. I can use it to do this. People will say, oh, then leave them, because the money that has been stolen can be used to do good things, so leave it. Are you sacrificing are you taking into consideration the laws you have put in place? Will the law be excused? Would violating the law be excused when a wrong thing is done? And you say once the wrong thing is done, it's earning a good purpose, so we allow it to go. No, I don't think things work that way.
But Doc, why didn't you investigate to find those who are actually competent for the job and keep them?
There is not one person who is competent in Ghana. Advertise it. You may see somebody else who is more competent than the other. That's why it's important that you level the grounds for everybody.
Are you suggesting that all the people that were recruited were not competent for the job?
Which people?
Those that you sacked.
Those that were withdrawn from their jobs. They were not sacked because they were found not to be not properly engaged.
Okay, so all of the people...
And let me even tell you, they didn't need them in the departments, in the agencies. The reason being that, look, pick Ghana Gas, for example. Not take Ghana Gas. We have a lot of places, because I don't want to be mentioning some of them.
Okay.
A lot of places where you open an office, you pick people. We saw a company where a department where at the time we were leaving office, there were only 7 people in one department. The 7 people had tables, a table and a chair, and they all went in. When they all went into the office, they sat down to work. At the end of the period, this period that has just passed, there were 47. They didn't have chairs to sit. They'll come to the office, sign and leave. and they were all earning. So the number had increased from that 7 to 47. We didn't sack the people, but we don't know what to do with them. You go to another department where somebody said he was looking for a job, and then I called the MD to discuss when he's going to advertise and all that. He said, Honorable, I don't even think we are going to advertise anything. After paying my workers, I still need 8 million Ghana cedis to pay extra labor that I didn't need. And that's what he told me. And it's happening everywhere. Let's not encourage this thing to be in this country. You know, you came into office, say you are going to create jobs for everybody. You will improve private sector, and then they will create jobs. And then you rely on over-employing people in our various agencies, brought them down to the point that many of them are non-functional now. They are unable to pay their workers. They can't even produce anything, even though the numbers are so huge and all that. So we have so many questions to ask in this matter.
These last-minute recruitments, Doc, they're done by both political parties. In fact, your party has done it before.
No, tell me when.
You haven't done last-minute recruitment.
If there's any evidence,
because
you can
are saying now, you just said a while ago that the NPP did it, but because you are doing it, they are complaining, and that's because you are presenting yourself in a different way now. So it means that you admit that you have done it.
No, it doesn't admit so. Me, I don't think John Mahama did it. Atamils didn't do it. Generals didn't do it. There's no evidence to that.
There were people that were sacked when the NPP came into office, and they said that they were last-minute recruitments.
It is not. It wasn't because they were last-minute recruitment. People were recruited 6 months before.
But they have also come to show that there were people that were recruited 6 months before they left office. But you still let those people go.
Well, I think that we don't have that record. We don't have that record. This record we are seeing, the happenings now that we have seen in the books, we don't have that record.
You said they let people go that were recruited 6 months before you left office. They are also saying they have people they recruited 6 months before they left into office, but you let them go. But that's not even the question. The question is, are you suggesting or saying that when the NDC is levying power, you will not do last-minute recruitment?
No. We are trying to correct a system. We don't want to repeat the system. We want to make everybody, when you are employed, you go through the system and you stay at your work. It doesn't matter. It won't matter which government comes into being. In fact, John Mahama has advised that nobody, apart from the early ones that had happened, nobody should be withdrawn from work. And I'm following it up. And I've made sure if anybody report to me that there is a problem and they are going to be, I often would take it up. And last week I did one. I took one up and made sure the person remained in the office. Not even a transfer. Don't take them anywhere. Just leave them where they are. If you want to recruit, also recruit. If you have no way of recruitment, wait until we have money. But don't sack people because they belong to another party. And I've stayed working for all kinds of people in that respect. I have still got a number of them on my decks. And I'm trying very hard to make sure if they were properly recruited, why do you take them off? And in all the process, we want to make sure people have confidence to work. Yeah.
Okay. I have so many things to discuss with you, but I've been prompted, of your time. But before we wrap up, there are two areas that I want us to look at. Workers' standard of living and wage adjustment.
Yeah.
In the past, one time, former President Kufuor said, we as Ghanaians, we pretend to pay people for pretending to work. Is that what we are doing to our people? I have seen the adjustment in the base pay negotiations. I know that the minimum wage has gone up from 19 cedis to 21 cedis. But, Doc, can 21 Ghana cedis really buy a decent meal for anyone? for the whole day.
Who is earning 21 cedis?
That's the minimum wage.
What they are saying is that if you are paying people, don't pay anybody below that, including the maids you take to the office.
It means you can actually pay people 21 Ghana cedis.
And you won't be against
minimum.
the law. But normally it's not. It's like it's a minimum wage is just to guard against paying people below a certain level. And you are
Doc,
doing
are you
so.
saying you are not aware there are people who are being paid a minimum wage of 21 Ghana cedis?
Oh, I'm aware.
So
I'm aware that people maybe, that's the private sector.
I'm telling you, people are paying.
By who?
There are so many companies that
Yeah.
are paying 21 Ghana cedis. Yes, private sector, but they are being paid.
Yeah, so the issue about minimum wage is also support the private sector. If private sector people employ people and say, look, if you want to come and work in my company, I can pay you 6 million a month. And you say, no, I don't want 6 million a month. And you are unemployed. We do so, private minimum wage is particularly to support the private sector people to operate and be able to pay what they can, but not to pay. For example, you can no longer pay anybody 500 Ghana cedis a month because the minimum wage is more than 500 Ghana cedis a month. So if you want to employ people and pay them, make sure you pay them above 5 million, 6 million. That's what the minimum wage is about. But in many situations, people would pay beyond the minimum wage. But we are saying that at the base level, don't pay people below that. When we came at the base level, we're paying people below 19 Ghana cedis when we came. And we raised it to 19 cedis. And this year we raised it to 21 Ghana cedis. So,
but reports suggest that some expatriate-owned companies are paying their people below the minimum wage. Has it come to your attention?
that's against the law. It's against the law.
But has it come to your attention?
No, it hasn't come to my attention.
Okay.
After the pronouncement about the minimum wage, anybody who does that will be against the law.
But what enforcement mechanisms exist to ensure that employers comply? And how do workers who are facing this let their grievances know? How do they complain?
Everybody is a police person now. You should be a watchful person. If you see anybody doing it, any company doing it, you simply report.
Is there a whistleblower channel? Any complaints forum that they can come to?
My office is open 24 hours.
The Ministry of Labour is open?
No, it's open. We can receive calls at any time in order for people to complain about issues. You can write to us. We receive your letters. So you don't have a problem. I mean, people are reporting to us issues every day, and we tackle issues every day, labor issues. People who have been abused at labor, people who have been transferred illegally and all that. And we are tackling them almost every day. So the public knows that we are there for them.
Okay. On labor agitations and strikes, recently I'm sure that you've seen the agitations among junior doctors, teachers, nurses. You're not paying them. What causes all of these delays? Please tell us, is it bureaucracy? Is it that there's no money? What exactly causes them?
It's an accumulated trend of dispensing with challenges that prevent over the years.
Okay.
But we are tackling it. I have a discussion with Labour along with the Minister of Finance, and I spelled out my policies, and they all accepted the policies. With the Finance Minister, we spelled out this policy. One, every half a year, we are going to have a seminar with Labour. We'll tell them how the economy runs. They will get to understand at what point they can make a proposal. The reality of the economy will be presented to them. Secondly, all complaints about labor, salary arrears, allowances, all the issues that surround their needs will be presented to us, and they will be tackled head on, and answers will be provided for them. We won't let them get accumulated. It's part of the policies I'm putting in place. And generally, And happily, Labour was there, employers were there, and then the government was there, represented by the Ministry of Finance and myself, that we are no longer going to allow Labour to go on to agitate because they present issues and are not being tackled. The issues are not being tackled. So it will be that will be addressed subsequently.
Okay. This 9% base pay negotiation that you settled at, I'm sure that you have heard labor unions say that it is woefully low. What went into the 9%? Because we're being told that you started from as low as 2%. What shaped the 9% figure?
If you, there are indicators you use in calculating minimum wage or base salary.
Okay.
They are the state of the economy. What is the state of inflation right now? You indicate it. What is the value of the cedi against the dollar? Is it stable? Is the forex stable? You note it. So after noting all those things as part of the indicators to determine, we sent out a technical team. The technical team is made up of government, employers, and then labor itself. Go and bring us, use that and other factors, other unknown factors that they would bring up themselves. Go and calculate and bring us the extent of the need for us to increase the minimum wage. They went and brought us 3 scenarios. One is 2.5%, increase the need for 2.5% increase, another 5% increase, another 7% increase. And that was the technical report all the tripartite committee people met to bring to us. But when they brought it, Labour said, no. Now, if we want to depend on the forex and the interest rates plus the inflation, it will not reflect the true picture. So we asked them, what is the true picture? Then they brought 15%. And government started negotiating. And that's how it came to 9%. And we all agreed. Now, we have a choice to make. If you want a 15% increase, government may give it to you, but nobody will be employed by government throughout the next year. Because we will use every extra money we have in paying salaries of present working people. And there won't be any extra left to be for anybody to be employed. We are going to spend more than 50% of internal revenue in paying labor. For less than 1 million people, a total amount of 50% of all the internal revenue we generate in a year will be used to pay labor. And you can't employ anymore at all. The rest of the 50% is going to be used for all the things that you are thinking about, the roads, the hospitals, every other thing. So after getting labor to appreciate all that, we kept moving until we got to 9%. It's not as if government imposed it on them. It is as a result of frank, fair discussions, negotiations, which brought it up to that point.
The president promised that the workers of salary will increase when the economy turns the corner.
Yeah.
Does that mean that the economy hasn't yet? Because you tout that the economy
but it has improved. It has increased.
Better.
Are you saying 9% is not an increase?
They'd say that it's not enough.
It's
well,
not.
Is it enough?
No. But I've explained to you.
Enough?
Well, it's not like they can never get it. Nobody will ever get enough. I'm sure you are not happy with the salary you are getting. You would have wished to earn more.
Of course.
Yes. So it is the intrinsic nature of man to want to earn more. And it's acceptable because otherwise there's no hope. You die. We always have hope. So it's good that we get to a certain point and we still want more. It pushes government to work very hard and to offer better at all times. But we are assuring them that as we work on collectively and getting the economy improved from time to time, the negotiations about increase will come even before the end of the time for negotiation, because now we open up for more discussions. You watch the economy, you see what is happening. Look, in the past, inflation will be like 20-something percent, 25%. And then you are asked to increase minimum wage. Are you going to increase it 25%? So it used to be very high, given the nature of the events taking place, because at every point in time, prices are rising and things were difficult. The city was collapsing. But now they are all stabilized. And we are in a good frame to lift up an economy to a point when we can all earn a lot. So I do appreciate the workers and their leaders for those who get to understand the true nature of what happened and the willingness for them to sacrifice at a point when we need their sacrifice is something we need to appreciate and thank them for.
I have 3 questions for you before I let you go. I see that your team is signaling me. But a few years ago, there's a viral video of yours that I saw where you said one way to tackle unemployment is to weed grass. You remember that statement that you made? Or clear overgrown grass. Is this something that you still stand by?
But that's the ignorant view of the issues I presented. I was on Joy FM and I was asked about unemployment. And I said, I just met a young a business professional who said that people can be employed at any point in time. And he cited an example of people who are not educated, do not have any skill, and he said those people can still be employed. And I asked him how, and he said, if you are unemployed, you have no skill, you have no education, and you live in a place where they are building, all you can do is to gather stones and give to the builder. He will buy the stones. And now you can no longer say you are not employed. And if you live in a place where they breed animals, and you know that the breed of the animals would require grass, you can fetch it and earn money. That is for somebody who is unemployed, uneducated, and he cited that example. It's just an example he cited, and I told the Joy FM people. And then somebody picked it up and said, Rashid Pelpo said, nurses and doctors and educated and graduates who are unemployed should go and cut grasses and collect stones. And there was no way to help myself by, anytime you try to explain, they say, oh, he has gone to confirm it. So I kept quiet and let it go. They use it to campaign, and then, you know.
Well, today you have explained, and nobody will say you have confirmed it, right?
It was properly explained. They just extracted part of it, and then they were playing it about. So, in other words, let me explain something. I could just say those who are, if you are a computer illiterate, and you have an IT technology knowledge, and it is very skilled. You go to a community where you don't have anybody doing an IT. You can set up a training school and train them, and you can earn money. This is to lift the thing up to people who have a skill. Also lift it up to a person who has a higher skill. For example, a doctor. And you go to a community where there's no doctor. You can set up a clinic there, and you can earn yourself something by looking at people and giving prescriptions and curing people of their diseases.
It sounds so easy. Set up a clinic there.
Yeah.
It's not easy.
But, you know, I'm cutting it short. These are people who are skilled.
Right.
So they can uplift themselves to that point.
I understand.
But what about those who don't have any skill at all? They don't even have any capital. Should they go die because they are unemployed? So this was a prescription. Unfortunately, when the thing happened, and the guy who told me that and who gave me the examples, I kept calling him. Can you go to Joy FM and explain this thing? The guy didn't even want to take my call because he was enjoying the fact that I was suffering. Anyway.
But, I said 3 questions. I've asked you one. So what would you like to be remembered for personally as a minister for employment and labor relations?
Well, I like to be remembered for my determination to handle unemployment in this country, my commitment to create, to help people set up in Ghana, to create jobs for them, to be remembered of the confidence I want to give to young people that they are not unemployed if they choose not to be unemployed, and that they have a skill, and that skill can be explored. You know, every young person, I've spoken to young people over the period of this 1 year I've been in office, and at one point I cited an example of Bill Gates, who just finished school, didn't know what to do with his life, and then Microsoft computer system is established. Facebook person who finished, young person in his 20s and got, so I said, be a different person, a young person, challenge yourself, do something for Ghana. You don't necessarily have to be in a queue to be employed by government before you say you're employed. So I want to be remembered for being the person inspiring young people to go beyond the ordinary by just not being a weak and crying person, but a strong person who will plant himself or herself in the system and be part of the production structure. And I want to work with the YEA to do training for our young people. I want to do it also in the course of this next year. Train them, help them to get equipped, put them in the system and get them to work. So I want to be remembered for inspiring young people to go beyond just what is ordinary for them.
Okay, and finally, in one sentence, how do you convince the unemployed graduates that the Labour Ministry has not given up on them?
Yeah, by letting them know we exist. We exist not because we want to employ them, but because we want to create a condition for them to be employed. We want to make sure we touch every agency that will require their support and will create job situations for them. It's my policy not just to depend on government. In my meeting with the Employers Association, I have requested them to support young people by increasing jobs. And they say they will give me areas where they would require jobs, and I'll give it out for young people to be employed. And I will be doing that consistently over the year, over the next years, so that more people can be employed by those who need them. And I'm working also very hard to make sure we have reliable job opportunities outside the country, reliable, respectable, so people don't try to travel to places to work when the opportunity will be there, and we will create the opportunity for them. So they have to have confidence, but first of all, in themselves. And then the state can come in to help them in ways that will support them to reflect their expectations and potential.
Thank you very much for speaking with us, Dr. Rashid Pelpo. He's a Member of Parliament for Wa Central. He is a Minister for Labour, Jobs and Employment. And he is a former Deputy Majority Leader, former Minister for Youth and Sport, and former Minister for Private Sector Development. And I knew that I said that was my last question, but the big push sword cutting was done in your constituency. Well, what does it mean for your people and yourself?
It means so much. And I can tell you, I got relieved. When I was campaigning, I told my people that Wa will be open in a way that they won't recognize. And I said, we will do a road from the UDS on the road to the University of Development Studies, right up into town where the police station is. We'll widen the road and make it a dual carriage, and then lead it through town and outside town. People thought I was just daydreaming in a vague manner. When the president went and he was talking about the big push, he mentioned exactly what I mentioned to them in the campaign. So this is a very exciting thing for my constituency and for the Upper West region. They are going to, for the first time, we are going to open up the road between the Upper West region and the Upper East region. the two closest regions together in the country has a very, have a very bad road between them. You can't drive through them, through the road, without getting angry with the kind of road you run through. Now the president says he's going to make sure it's part of the big push and the road will be constructed within 2 years. It's a big, big, big plus for us. We are excited about it. We are particularly excited because it's going to happen very soon. We are going to have a road running from Tachiman right to Wa and to Hamele in the Upper West region. It's something that had never been thought about. So these are very, very exciting times for us. And we are very, very grateful that there is a big push and it's going to reflect our expectations about road construction and it's going to deal with a situation we have been fighting over the years since independence.
Thank you so much for coming on the show, and I wish you the very best. Stay with me after the break. I have one more conversation before I wrap up the show. It's time for Health Alert. Let's talk about diabetes this morning. I'm joined by Lydia Ajane Frimpong. She's a founder and CEO of Frankel Foundation for Diabetes or Diabetics? Diabetics, okay. Lydia, good morning. You're welcome to the show. How are you?
I'm doing okay, Serwaa.
I understand that you've been living with diabetes for how many years?
25 plus years.
25?
Yes.
Wow.
My adult
but you
year.
look really well.
Thank you.
How have you been all these years? How have you managed? How have you coped?
It hasn't been easy. I was diagnosed in 1998, 2 months after I had gone to the US. And it has been a struggle.
When you say struggle, walk us through it. What made you get diagnosed? What were you feeling? What made you go to the hospital? What were your symptoms?
So, like, I was urinating a lot, especially at the nighttime. And I was always thirsty. I'll be drinking lots of water. And also I was losing weight. And that time I was even not big, but I was losing weight massively. And at times I'll have tingling and numbing my fingers and my toes. And also I'll have yeast infection that was not going away. So one time my roommate that time told me, you need to go and see the doctor. I'm like, for what? I've been in America for just 2 months. I'm here to work, to take care of my family back home. So I'm not going to go anywhere. I'll be fine. So one night, I couldn't even walk. I had cramps in my legs. I couldn't do anything. So she had to call the ambulance for me. So they took me to, and that time I lived in the Bronx. So they took me one of the big hospitals there. So the doctor came, asked me, oh, what's going on? And I told the doctor. And the first question he asked me, do you have diabetes? I'm like, no. But I remember long time ago, 1986, and I was about to go to senior high school. And my mother told me that, oh, I've been diagnosed with diabetes. I'm like, what's that? So when the doctor asked me that question, it came to mind. I'm like, yeah, I remember my mom saying something like that, but then they did the test and boom, I was diagnosed. So the doctor told me, because it was an emergency room, they gave me insulin on board. So the doctor told me to go look for another doctor, like an endocrinologist, to follow up with care. And say, well, guess what? I have been in America for just 2 months. I'm here to work, to take care of my family. I don't have time to do that. So I was in denial for over 10 years. Until the reality checked in again. So,
wow.
Yes.
What is it like living with diabetes?
Serwaa, is scary, especially my type of diabetes. Mine is the type 1, which is, I was born with it, and I'm insulin dependent. And if you are on insulin for the rest of your life, at times you go hypo. Hypo is low blood sugar, which is very scary. At times I pass out. The next minute I'll be in my bed. That my kids had carried me to bed and they've given me a shot to revive me. So it's scary. It's not fun at all. It's not.
What causes diabetes?
Diabetes, as I said, mine is the type 1, and the type 1 is like the autoimmune. It's like your own body has attacked the insulin-producing cells in the pancreas. So your pancreas doesn't make insulin at all. So you depend on insulin. And that one, usually they diagnose them when they are young. Well, I was diagnosed when I was in my 20s, so I would say that. So that one, you are born with it. It's autoimmune. Nobody knows what causes your own body to destroy the insulin-producing cells. And it can be that's that one. And the type 2 is usually lifestyle, but that one too you can inherit. If you have a family history of type 2, especially your dad or your mom, you can have it, but that doesn't mean that you're going to automatically have it. But if you don't eat healthy, if you don't exercise, if you smoke, if you drink alcohol, you can revive it because it's in the blood, you know. So, yes. And
so you say that you cannot survive without insulin.
Yes.
How often do you take it?
When I was first diagnosed, or when I first started seeking care, I was given the shot myself. Then I was non-compliant because I'm a nurse, and I do home visit, and most of my patients were diabetics with wounds that were not healing. So the time that I have to check my sugar and take my shot, I'll be taking care of patients.
Right.
So my health really got really bad. Then my doctor gave me only one option left, which is a pump, an insulin pump that I have here. That it gives me insulin around the clock. Okay. Then I change the sites.
When you say clock, how does it work?
It gives every hour I get insulin, and when I'm about to eat, I just calculate my carbohydrates. So
there's it's what, like a syringe that is.
Then I would say it's like a mini IV, like, you know, when you go to the hospital, they give you the IV fluid, that infusion. So this is like a mini one. So
it's the cannula is in your system?
Yes, it's in my system. Oh, wow. I change it every 3 days. I do it myself. Yeah. So, wow. But I'm supposed to change it every 3 days, but at times I change it 2 days, like a day before or the day after, a day earlier, because at times my body consumes a lot of insulin, maybe over 100 units a day, because at times I cheat. I mean, you can't help it. So,
wow.
Yeah.
That must be tough.
It is. It is tough.
And how much does it cost you to walk around with this?
It's a lot of money, but, you know, being there in the U.S., I have health insurance, and after the insurance, I don't pay that much. Yeah.
Okay, you have a foundation.
Yes, I do.
For diabetics.
Yes.
What do you do for them exactly?
Okay, we are mainly dedicated to support and represent people living with diabetes. So every year, like every November is Diabetes Awareness Month. So every November I'm in Ghana since 2019. Every November I come to Ghana and do programs, like hold like diabetes education programs, and then we do free health screenings. People come, then most of the time we diagnose people, we follow up with them. Some of them, they get scared, you call them, they don't pick up anymore. So that's what we do. We also give medication, we give insulins and stuff like that.
So what are you doing tomorrow?
Tomorrow is World Diabetes Day.
Okay.
My favorite day of the year. My organization and the Regional Coordinating Council and AMA, we are collaborating to commemorate the date and also do free health screening for everybody. It's free. Just come and at least just know your baseline. Come be checked out and know your baseline.
All right. Thank you so much. And I wish you the very best.
Thank you, Serwaa. Thank you so much.
You'll be fine, yeah?
I've lived it for over 25 years.
And you've been doing very well.
I'm doing so well.
Right.
I'm used to it.
Right. Lydia Ajim Frimpong is the founder and CEO of Frankel Foundation for Diabetics. I wish you the best tomorrow as well.
Thank you so
much. I said that was it, but there's one more before I go. Okay, nice to see all of you. You're welcome. So, because some of you do not have microphones, you have to introduce them. So, there's Dorothy Patterson. She's the organizer for Sassy Ladies at 10. That's you, Dorothy.
Yes, Dorothy.
Then there's Shati Yuingchi, Planning Committee Secretary. Then Mama Agri is a member of the Planning Committee. So, who is the beautiful woman?
I'm Diana.
Diana, you don't have a microphone, so I have to say it for you. So Diana, and behind you?
Janet.
Janet.
Felicity.
Felicity.
And Nancy.
Nancy. Okay, so how did you all meet?
Okay, I'll answer that.
Okay.
The group, Sassy Ladies, was started by 6 beautiful ladies.
Okay.
They call themselves Lovely Ladies. One of them, their mother got bereaved. She got bereaved. And then they had to come together and then support her to do the funeral. After that, one of them, the leader, said, why don't we bring other women so that they will come together to form a group so that they can support each other in the community.
Right.
So after that, they brought more ladies together, and now we became Sassy Ladies International. We have some members in the UK, we have some in Canada, and everywhere.
So are you part of the people that just follow your friends and members to funerals, or it's beyond that, Dorothy?
I think it's beyond that, because when you are bereaved or when you have an occasion, we all come together, stand behind you and support you. Afterwards, we support ourselves in terms of our businesses. Okay. We are all businesses, working mothers. So if you are into this venture, one of us we all come on board and help you. We don't go outside. We normally don't fish from outside. We fish within. So we really help ourselves.
Okay, Mama, how many are you?
We are 77 now.
In Ghana or across the world?
But we are about 50 in Ghana.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we have branches in the UK, US, and Canada. Right. And Holland as well.
Yeah. I see. So the main aim of the group is
to
Dorothy?
Help ourselves and to help the society. That is one of our objectives, to help the society, and we've done a lot of that. Yeah.
Okay, where are you located?
We are in Greater Accra. We are in Springtest Road. That's where we meet at our president's residence.
So where's your president?
She's in Ghana now. She came back yesterday.
Oh, she doesn't live in Ghana?
She shuttles between Ghana and UK.
So. All right. Yeah. So you have, how many times do you meet?
Okay.
4 times in a year.
4 times in a year.
So when you meet, you are always doing party or something?
No, not always jolly making.
Most of the time, when we meet, we talk about ourselves, how we have to support each other, and then how we have to support.
Very important. We are growing, so that is part of
what to do next to support the community, the society. Helping Ghana as well. So that's what we do.
So when you say helping Ghana, Dorothy, what exactly do you do to contribute to society?
Okay, I think I have a list here which I would like to share. Yeah. Okay, we started in 2015. Okay. The group started in 2015, and so this year is our 10th anniversary.
Right. Yes.
We have a big project ahead of us, but just when we started, because our aim is to help the society, in 2026, we did our first donation to...
2016.
2016, sorry. We did our first donation to Markov Orphanage in the Eastern region.
Yes.
That same 2016, we enrolled 5 ladies into a sewing school, bought them the machines and everything. Mm-hmm. And then in 2017, we donated to the Deaf and Dumb School at Mampong. And that was one of our biggest donation, because we went to them, how can we help? And they gave us a list of items that they needed, and we gave them everything. Yeah, so
that's nice.
Yeah, that same 2017, we donated money to Efia Amankwata Maklo of Adom FM when she called for help. And then in 2019, we donated money and stationery to Vida Cycling Orphanage in the Eastern region, Apegusu community. And then in 2023, We donated to help Gifty Foundation for the One Child, One Shoe project. And in 2024, we distributed sanitary pads and soap to the girl child in the Pram, Equiapem, Teshin, and Pung cluster of schools. And then in 2024, again, we renovated the Peki nursery and donated a lot of school supplies to the nursery and primary. Yeah. And then in 2025, we've donated Aboboya, that's the tricycle, to the bus stop boys. You see them working or going really all nice. Around. They're stealing the gutters, and we needed to come on board.
Right.
So we bought them a tricycle. You see it donated by Sassy Ladies.
That's nice. Yeah. Well done. So as women, I mean, so you're all women, of course, Sassy Ladies. Mama, how come, do you fight?
To the glory of God, we don't. Because
we don't have that challenge.
We are disciplined, and our president is so disciplined. In fighting, we are ladies, of course, strong-willed ladies. Once in a while, maybe misunderstanding, one meeting time and all that. But it's within us, everything is solved.
Yes, we don't have big challenges.
At all.
Yeah.
So how do you recruit your members?
Okay, can I speak?
Yes.
Usually by recommendation.
Okay.
We don't just tell people to come. You need 2 guarantors before you become a member.
Hey.
You need 2 guarantors, and then you still have 6 months waiting period.
Yes.
Yes. You'll be put on probation.
Yes.
Oh, nice.
Yes, we have to get information
about you.
Okay. That is why we've been able to sustain the group for 10 years. We are almost 80 ladies. So we get information from your friends, family, and outsiders before you become a member.
And you should be working.
Yes.
Working ladies.
Because there are financial obligations.
Right.
Yes.
Right. That's really nice.
Yeah.
Do you have like a younger group that you're mentoring?
Not yet.
Not yet.
It's in process.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Our daughters, we want to bring them
together, right?
Yes.
And mentor them.
Yeah.
So you are 10 years this year.
Yes.
You said that you were saying earlier that you have a very big project ahead of you.
Yes.
Can you run us through it?
Okay, that's going to be, we are going to build a maternity ward for the Peki Udome community.
Oh, wow.
When we went to do the donation to the primary school and the nursery school, they came and said that was a challenge that they were facing in the community. So we are women. You know how childbirth and all that is. So we immediately got on board, and that is the project ahead of us. We are going to do as part of our 10th anniversary.
There? Why Peki?
Why Peki? Because they came to us.
Okay.
Yes.
So is it that you're open for people to come to you with their problems? So for instance, if I'm in need of help, I can write to Sassy Ladies to come and assist me.
Yes.
Okay. How do people contact you?
Okay, our social media handles are TikTok, Sassy Ladies International.
So you're on TikTok?
Yes.
You do live videos and stuff?
We haven't started with live. We'll do that after our 10 years anniversary. And then on Facebook, it's Sassy Ladies International. Can I put up our number?
Of course you can.
0244 755 614. You can reach out anytime. We are available.
Yes.
Okay. So when someone outside of your group like is bereaved or has an engagement or something, you can still come.
Outside Sassy Ladies.
If you are not a member,
you won't come.
No, we are not a member.
We may come individual, but not
as a group. Yeah. So you have clothes and stuff.
Oh yes. So we should have brought one. Yeah, we have clothes.
You have customized clothes.
Yes.
We do.
Oh, I see. Wow. Please mention the number again.
0244 755 614. And our social media handles: Facebook, Sassy Ladies International; TikTok, Sassy Ladies International. Thank you.
Okay. Do you have anything to add?
Yes, we are having our 10th anniversary this coming 22nd November, and we are asking for sponsorship.
But you give the sponsorship.
Yes.
This time you are asking for sponsorship.
This time,
this one is huge.
It's huge. We have brought money, pool of money, but then we still need more. You know, even the still receive rain. So we still need more. And then the anniversary is 22nd. After my sister will add the
22nd November is a dinner and awards night.
Yes.
Hey.
Yes.
Who are you awarding? Yourselves?
Yes. And our sponsors.
And our sponsors.
Oh, nice.
Sponsors.
Okay.
It's been 10
Dinner
years.
and awards night.
Yes.
Where is it happening?
At Chado, the Avenue.
Hey.
Yes.
You're not
We
joking.
are sassy ladies.
Yeah.
We are big.
Okay.
And then on the 29th, we are doing a Thanksgiving service at PIWC, Sakumono, with Tego Sisters and MOG. And we are inviting everyone to come and help us thank God. It's free.
So what about the awards night? Is it also free entry?
No, that comes with little amount of money to support our project.
How much?
400 cities.
400 cities per person, but the Thanksgiving is free.
Yes.
Okay, well done.
Thank
Well
you
done.
so much.
I would like to
Say something.
Say
Please go
thank
ahead.
you, acknowledge our sponsors so
Go ahead.
far.
Go ahead.
Yeah, our external donors. 1 is Mr. Hen, 2 Mr. Kong, 3 Daddy Ash, 4 Besma Logistics, 5 Sheikh Ahmed Nkrumah, 6 Mr. Adansi, our president's husband, 7 our president herself, and then 8 Mr. Michael Ejepon. We say God richly bless you for coming to help us.
Thank you, ladies, so much. And I wish you the very best. Dorothy, Mama, and Shati. And Diana. Janet. Felicity. And Nancy. You all wear gold. I see that majority of you you must be very rich women.
Oh, yes, we are working women.
We are trying.
We are
working. We are
okay,
trying.
thank you so much for coming on the
Thank
show, and I
you
wish you the
too.
very best, okay?
Thank you.
All
Thank
right.
Esquire.
Anyway, that's it for the show. Are there birthday messages that I have to do? Are there? Your smile. May all your dreams come true and your heart be filled with love and happiness. From Foster of the MCR at the
You are more than family. You are a true friend and a blessing in my life. May your day be you a day filled with love, laughter, and everything that brings you joy. May this year bring new adventures.
GHOne TV.
A resplendent birthday to Lady MC Diamond, a very young and enthusiastic lady whose embodiment and personality sells greatness and grace. It is our earnest prayer .17 messages. If you know anyone who is celebrating their birthday as well, please wish them a happy birthday for us. Ladies, thank you so much for coming on the show. I have to go. I'll see all of you, God willing, tomorrow. But from now, when we wrap up, the budget presentation continues because the finance minister will be in Parliament at about 12 o'clock to present the budget, the 2026 budget, to Parliament. But trust that our team led by Emmanuel Ejabing will take it from here, bring you in-depth analysis and everything that you need to know from what's happening in Parliament from now until when the budget is read, and a post-budget analysis. Do not go anywhere. You can find us online, on air, on social media as well. We'll be streaming live on X, on Facebook, on YouTube. Please stay with us. Okay. So I need one of you to volunteer to end the show. You know how to end the show? Thank you for watching the show. I will see you again next time. My name is Dadada. Let's go.
Okay. Thank you.
But you have to add mannerisms. Like you are standing like this. Fine.
Thank you so much for watching the morning show.
Yes. Go on. We'll see you again.
We'll see you again tomorrow. Have a blessed day.
And what's your name?
I'm Mama Aggie, a sassy lady.
Okay. I'll see you tomorrow, God willing. Have a good day.